All right. Good evening, ladies, lords, and lasses, and all those in between. It is I, your humble host, the Deathly Shad, and I welcome you to our weekly D&D broadcast of The Reigns of Vitrium, a D&D show where I take my friends to hell and back and maybe have them learn stuff along the way. Who knows? I don't. Joining me today are my esteemed players. Agathar, say hi to the people.
Hello.
Percival, say hi to the people.
Hello.
Renthwu, say hi to the people.
Hello. We're going to jail. Normally, that's how campaigns start.
Soren, say hi to the people.
Hello. This time it might look to be how this campaign ends.
And Valen, lastly, say hi to the people.
Hi everyone, is this where we begin our Skyrim run?
Who knows? I certainly don't. Anyway, I am anxious and nervous to start this, so let's just get right into the action. So, when last we left our heroes, Agatha the Kobold Necromancer, Percival the Halfling Divination Wizard, Renswa the Rabbit Folk Monk, Soren the Rabbit Folk Samurai, and Valen the Rabbit Folk Cleric, the party had just arrived in Mirzai, and after a big ambush that had been set up by Ramier, decided to take a rest at the Mirzian branch of the Bar with No Name. After being introduced to Goblin customs and ordering a few drinks, the party was approached by a merchant that had come to offer them his services, wanting to sell his wares to the heroes of Mirzai that he had heard so much about, offering all manner of things such as, but not limited to, scrolls, potions, and antidotes. Yet, the party wasn't solicited by just one man, but instead by 16 different merchants. All of them were offering the same deal and competing with one another, sent by Ramier to mock the party. To make matters worse, upon leaving the Bar with No Name, the party was beset upon by the poor of the shantytown, asking if the heroes could spare a coin or two. But all but Agathar turned away from their need.
Never thought I was a hero.
Didn't help that Valen wandered off into the crowd in his feeble-minded state, chasing memories as he fed his mother again before, well, the party noticed he was missing. Catching up to him at the gate of Fort Providence, they now stand surrounded by guards, being charged with having an illegal undead under their control. And, well, with that all being said, let's get right back into the Reigns of Vitrium. So, currently around the 5 of you are 10 guards in full plate mail armor with runic glyphs comprised of this crystal clear material written into them. 3 in front of you have hand crossbows in one hand, affixed with a glowing blue bolt on their heads, and a scroll with a silvery scrawl written along one side of it. Above them is the commander with a wand in hand, and the other with his hand on, and his other hand on a sheathed weapon. To his immediate right and left are 2 more men with heavy crossbows and bolts etched with red glowing material. Behind you are 4 more guards, 2 of which have heavy crossbows with red glowing bolts in them, and the other 2 have small bags in one hand and hand crossbows in the other, with 2 more of those blue-etched glowing bolts resting inside of them. The captain regards each of you with a smarmy grin. This big minotaur of a man. I wouldn't recommend trying to escape. We have these 3 scrolls of counterspell at the ready, and multiple very dangerous Zimlight-infused bolts pointed at each of you. Any sudden moves, and one of my men here might accidentally slip a finger on their trigger. We wouldn't want that to happen now, would we?
Sure. What am I being charged with again?
In possession of a necromantic creature, you and your group.
Group.
Book 'em, boys.
Well,
Look, hold on.
excuse me.
Manacle
Who is arresting
and
a
bind the
group?
mouths of the spellcasters. I want
Hold on,
magical
wait.
detectors on
It's
standby.
on
If
me.
you see them
It's on me.
blink,
It's my.
shoot him.
It's
He is
it's
pointedly
my creature. They don't
ignoring
need.
as these guards start to. The two guards with the bags begin to just step up.
Oh,
Ooh.
let's go.
Okay, all right then. Would you be so kind
This
to
was
tell
to-
the people what you were trying to do?
Yeah, Renswa will slip a hand into her pocket to the sending stone that she has paired with Neatal's, and she will grasp it and activate it and say, "Could use some help in Mirzai being arrested."
Okay. You like almost casually just kind of like while you're raising your hands up, you just kind of like caress your pockets for a light instant to flick that and activate it. And you're able to kind of mutter those words under your breath, which will reach the sending stone regardless. And you feel your message go off, but you don't have the stone to your ear, so you do not hear if there's a response. Although, if you'd like, you may roll me a perception check.
Sure, I'm good at those.
All right.
17. It's okay.
You hear just barely like a whisper. Oh shit, that's not good. We'll see what we can do. And then that's it.
I like to do a dumb thing.
What are you wanting to do?
Well, I'm being arrested.
Yes, you are being arrested.
I'm not a fan of that. But Percy's also smarter than I am. So she acquiesces, raises her hands, keeps her lip buttoned. Smudge, on the other hand,
is not there.
why would he not be there?
Because last session you sent him off with the gnome shopkeeper.
Shit. I did do that.
No, he's got a point.
I did do that. All right.
It's all good. It's been
I'll
a
figure
week.
it out later.
All right.
What's
The only lucky thing I've got going for me is I've got post-shower Percy, so most of her shit's still locked away in the caravan.
yeah?
So-
that is pretty good.
With that, you see the two guards with heavy crossbows on either end of you, behind you, flick a small device on their wrist, and you hear a rhythmic beeping begin to emit from them. Just a little beep, beep, beep. As the two guards with small bags step up and pull out these manacles that have red glyphs etched along them. And they begin to handcuff each of you. The manacles
Alright.
start off big for you guys, and then they shrink down to a normal size. And
Do I want to do
for
this?
Valen, Agathar, Renswa, and Percival, the four of you hear an extra little click as you feel your connection to magic just abruptly cut off. Weakened to just a thread.
Okay.
Do I want to
not-
do something stupid?
Go for it, Valen.
I feel the time is slowly passing. I will give you to the count of 5 to make your decision.
Would this
4.
be before or after they handcuffed?
If they are handcuffing you, then it is already too late, I would say.
Because what I want to try is action to dodge action, bonus action, rabbit hop, and just make a run for it.
Okay. What's your AC?
Let's see. Last week I was told no, they pretty much have nothing on me. So that'd be it's 10 plus dex race, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's an 11.
Oh no.
All right. As you begin to dodge, and you look like you're about to hop away, you see one of the guards with that rust red colored crossbow bolt kind of like aim at you, and each of you guys would hear the sudden ticking of a clock stop as the guy gets a 17 to hit you.
No, he doesn't.
He didn't roll for it.
I know he didn't.
This is not a portents thing.
What?
This is
oh,
magical item.
he has a janky Zimlight thing.
Uh-huh. And a crossbow bolt hits you. I would like you to make me a charisma saving throw.
He's got like a -5.
No,
it is intelligence and charisma.
it's intelligence and charisma. I thought it was intelligence and something else.
Ignore
Nah,
that.
it's both
but
of those.
Ignore that, but that's 10 damage to you as well.
So
12.
Yeah.
12. Then you, as this crossbow bolt tags into you, you feel that red bolt discharge just like energy throughout your body as you lock up and freeze and you're paralyzed.
Would it be 12? Because I'm proficient in charisma savings.
Yeah, because it's -5 and 1, so you only get, unless
It's a
that
minus
charisma
4.
is updated, which is
It is a -4 to his saves. That's all.
Oh,
So
okay,
it would be a 13.
Yeah, it would be a 13, which is
And 13 is
Oh
not
my
good
God.
enough.
yeah.
As you feel yourself be paralyzed.
Charisma saving throw against paralyze? The fuck?
Weird Zimtech. And
No, let's not go to Mirrors. Let's not go to Viore first.
and you hear the guards go, look at that, we got one already, got a live one over there, boys. Make sure you manacle.
You've got a dumb one over there.
You've got one that we were currently searching for someone to unfeeble-mind him. Congrats. You've essentially shot a mentally handicapped man.
He shrugs.
It's all right. They can do it to each other.
He shrugs.
I hear
as-
it's acceptable if one handicapped person of the same persuasion does it to another.
He shrugs, and each of you have a cloth leather cord placed in your mouths and bound up behind you. You are no longer capable of talking.
Okay.
I've already given Percival and Renswell already have their one-liners. I will give Agathar and Soren a one-liner as well if they would like to before they get gagged.
Yeah, just before he gets gagged, he looks at Bell and then looks up at the cam. What about the undead? It can wait outside the city limits. City limits. Ugh. It can wait outside the city limits where it's not intruding on any laws. It could just go, and it won't go anywhere.
And with that, as you're gagged, he just responds with, we have ways of dealing with those things.
Now
And-
Agathar just glares and thrashes.
And when each of you are bound up, manacled, and gagged, Soren, what is your one-liner?
Beach.
I'm tempted to have him take Renswaw's in the Roll20 chat, but no. I don't think he would say anything at this moment. I think he would just remain quiet. His one-liner is brooding silence.
All right, fair enough.
Smoldering silence.
And Renswell, go ahead and give me a dexterity check. I'll see if you're quick enough to get that out, because it is funny.
Hell yeah.
15.
Let's see.
You have a 15. Never
Just
mind.
straight.
Then. Yeah, you have a 15. What's your dexterity modifier?
4.
All right, 19. Yeah, you're quick
19.
enough. You're quick enough.
Nice.
Get another one-liner in.
Yeah, just kinky.
Yeah, okay, and then you're just gagged.
Soren
You
Soren
can
blossoms.
you see you see the guard who's just currently gagging. You just go fucking freak.
Percy's
And
chuckling to herself.
And I
Like
have a
Soren,
question.
Soren's kind of blushing at the moment.
I have a question for you, Agathar. Does Bell fight back?
I think because he anticipates that shit's gonna go really south, and I think she might stand a chance, and for sake of wording, I think later, I think he looks at Bell, and then he just shakes his head. No, don't fight.
All right. Bell stands there as 4 guards surround her and then brutally dismantle her.
He looks away.
Your weapons are stripped, your bags are stripped, and each of your regular and Agathar, your bag is restuffed full of Bell.
Mm-hmm. Fuck. Okay.
You are then led into the city. The city itself is large and sprawling. You see thousands of people living in cramped conditions within the city walls. Eyes peering out from within the alleyways, a few children running about, and very few children running about. What children you do see either have dead looks in their eyes or are currently picking at strange crystalline growths on their body, or both. The city smells like unwashed body odor and wet animals. Nothing is well maintained here. And yet, in the distance, you can each see 5 gilded towers stretching into the sky behind a large wall that seems to section off this side of the city from the rest of it. Your guard escorts don't speak to you. And they don't acknowledge you outside of making sure you're still between them while they march you through the streets. Perception checks, everyone.
Certainly. Perception. I still get a D4.
Yes, you do.
Plus 14.
14. Alright then. Not enough. 17. Not
Classic.
enough.
Oh.
Soren, that is enough. Renswa, would you like to also roll me a perception?
You were. Yep. Where are you at?
And
Yep.
Valen, you can also roll a
The one they
perception.
are.
I thought I was paralyzed at the moment.
I mean, you're paralyzed, and then, after about a minute, you're not paralyzed anymore.
Paralyzed, feeble mind.
Yeah. Well, only for like a minute, and then you're just feeble-minded. Nice, guys.
Jesus
Alright,
Christ.
So,
The one person that notices, the one person that can see all.
with a 21, Soren, as you're kind of like looking around at just like the state of the city, you can't help but notice that there is someone on the rooftops trailing you guys. Dark robes, low to the ground, but you see them anyway. And Renswa and Valen, while Soren is looking up, you guys are looking to the sides, and you both spot this man in a red mask, a red Oni mask, slipping back into an alleyway from where he was peering out. But nothing happens. You're just led further and further into the city. The guard barracks that you are led to is a fairly run-down and washed-out looking building. It is stuck between a few other buildings that are adjacent to it, with a nearby residential district kind of just full of cramped people just off to the side. The guardhouse itself looks like it has certainly seen better days, but still functions for what is needed. Being led in the building, you can spot a few more basic-looking guards in chainmail armor with spears and shields, kind of like leaned against the walls, seated behind a couple desks filling out paperwork. And all of which jump to attention the second that you guys and the commander step in. The building itself is just a ratty-looking place. It has stone wall. It has a stone floor, wooden walls, a door to the right that has captain's quarters written across it. Another door to the left of that one that has guard rooms in it. That has guard rooms written on it, and then you have prisoner cell block A and B, and the door directly across from you guys. With a curt nod, the captain simply nods to each of them. They settle back down. He's just like, Donnelly and Sullivan, take the prisoners to the cells, and Morgan, take the contraband to the vault room. He grins as two humans stand up and escort the five of you into your cells. And you can see this large minotaur woman stand up and approach one of the plate mail wearing guards before taking out a small chest, before taking this small chest they have full of all of your contraband, all of your weapons, and your, bags of holding, Percival's staff of fire, stuff like that.
Who said I had that with me?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't say you left it behind.
I said I got out of a bath, threw a bunch of shit on, and ran out the door.
Yeah,
I
essentially me and Percy don't have shit right now.
I'm post-bath Percy.
Yeah. Because she had to, run out of the bath in order to catch up to the Valen.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So, I only have a couple of things on me, one of which I don't know if they were able to get.
Which is?
My ring of mind shielding, which is invisible.
I would have my gloves on still.
Wow.
Which are also invisible.
Which is also invisible.
Yes, I know.
And if they detect magic, would my arms be magic? Since
they would radiate
backlash.
They would radiate a light aura of necromantic backlash magic.
Okay.
But they do confiscate your ring, Percival, and they do confiscate your gloves because detect magic.
I don't remember them saying they didn't. I don't remember them saying they cast detect magic.
You know those
Sure,
little wrist things that were beeping? That was.
Oh, so this is where Callaghan got their.
Those were magical. those were magical detection devices.
Damn, they got the
They
fucking
did.
metal detectors.
They did, yeah.
Pretty
they did
much.
get metal detectors.
Oh,
What is this? Fucking the airport? We have to take our shoes off?
We got stopped by the ATF.
I can't believe we're dealing with the NSA right now.
I'm gonna throw away my water bottle. It could be a bomb.
well now Percy's a touch distraught.
Not the one that I buy in the airport, though. That one's safe.
Mhm.
Who took the ring from me?
One of the plate mail guards. They put it in
Any
the
chance I
contraband
could've-
box.
Any chance I could have bitten them?
No, because they took it after you were gagged. Like basically, basically, here was the order of operations: manacles, a little bracelet locked on, which cut your magic off, and then a gag, and then they stripped you of your items.
All right. I memorized that one's face.
Go
That
ahead.
one dies first.
It's very hard
You will
to
be
memorize.
the first one to get blighted.
It's very hard to memorize his face because he's in plate mail armor. He's very nondescript.
Does he have a hat?
Does he say anything?
Nope. The guards in armor, surprisingly, aside from the one that called Rensois disgusting, they have not spoken a word. They are
All right, they all die then.
professional.
Yeah, fair enough.
I have to cast a wide net. They all die.
Soren's trying to trying to find some kind of like marking, like some kind of distinguishing mark on the one that took his swords.
All of your weapons, including your swords, are quite literally loaded into a box, and that box is now being taken into the contraband room by...
Yeah, Soren's... Sorry, good.
I mean, like, any identifying marks, they are all wearing the exact same gear.
Okay.
If you want to go based off positioning, I suppose it's one of the hand crossbow guys with a little bag that, like, disarmed you.
Soren remembers that.
Alright.
Soren will remember this.
Yeah.
So.
Soren disapproves.
The five of you aren't able to see much else aside from the interior of a cell block, as each of you are led into cells and locked inside of them. Separated from one another, but still in the same rough area. The bars themselves are both horizontal and vertically built, with their braces close enough together that not even Agathar can slip through. In fact, Agathar, you can barely put an arm through. With how...
Fair enough.
You know, with how
Not even
small
it's
they
not
are.
even they're not even bars anymore. It's a mesh.
Yeah, it's just I'm literally in a dog cage right now.
We
Despite all his
put
rage.
Aggie in a kennel.
Yeah.
Yep.
No one puts Aggie in a kennel.
Yeah, nobody puts
Put him in
Aggie in a kennel.
They put him in a...
Put him in a cat carrier.
Yeah, I was about to
They
say,
gave
put
him
in a
a
little cat
cone of shame. Cone of shame.
Alright. You know what? Fuck it. Hey, G-Man, give me a high or low.
Oh, hi.
High.
That's high.
Okay, do you want to be put in the cat crate or in a normal cell?
Normal cell, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry I said anything.
Okay.
This is why we don't talk about plans in chat, Jordan.
Alright, so creating the secret DM group now.
I will, yeah, we make our own DM list.
After that, Donnelly and Sullivan simply step away, go back down the hall, and just rest outside the door. You guys are
We at least
left alone.
have our gags off.
Yeah, your gags are removed.
Oh, what is removed? Like, what do I have my hands free now? What's up?
Well, your
I
gags...
want to know before I
let's see.
start doing things.
Let's see. Your gags are removed, and that's it. You still have the manacles. You still feel that...
Yeah, but are they bound together?
They are behind your backs.
Okay.
Soren is going to try to contact either Miki or Hidari. Like, is he able to reach either of them?
Roll me a wisdom check if you would.
Damn it.
Or nat 1. So no.
Sadly, you're a bit too, like, upset at them being taken to really properly, connect with them. You're out of whack, so to speak.
I will ask what about the Lifewell tattoo? Because it's attunement and it's just like a tattoo on my skin. So how does that work?
They put their hands on you and ripped it off.
Oh God.
They cannot forcibly deattune that kind of an item from you. So they basically just kind of like slap you with a little collar that marks you as having a magic item on you.
What if they gave you like an anti-magic sticker? They had to lick it and put it on the spot.
It's just a frowny face over the tattoo. God damn it. Alright.
Like one of those hospital collars or the collar that you get at a bar that says you're too young.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, with all of that, you guys are left alone. What do you do?
Well, first thing I'm gonna do is jump my my cuffs so they're in front of me.
Roll acrobatics. $14? Yeah, it's enough. It's a bit hard. You don't exactly just like hop it and just shift your arms around, but you kind of just like get down your butt. You kind of like move your hands around your butt and just kind of like tuck your legs in far enough to get them up and in front of you. And
I can't have a cool moment to hop. I gotta frog it.
I'm sorry. You didn't roll a 15, otherwise I would have given it to you.
Alright. Do I still have my glances?
Yes, they are not magical.
The lens of seeing.
I will say that as you kind of like pull your hands in front of you, you see that you have 2 manacles on them and a small little thin silver bracelet that has I'd imagine if you inspect it a little bit closer, it is seamless, utterly seamless. It is taut to your skin, and if you were to kind of like peer around or look around it a little bit more, you would notice that it has these glyphs and symbols along it, and it has the words "Made in Voury" written on it.
Well, the equivalent of made in China because it's garbage.
I was about to say, like, even the fantasy worlds outsource their work.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at these bracelets, not the silver one because that's clearly like seamless. But I rolled. I'd like to Arcana check the anti-magic one where I got a 25 on it or something.
It's the silver bracelet, the one that's made.
Oh, I only have one bracelet.
You have the manacles, and you have the one bracelet on your wrist.
Yeah, I'm looking at the manacles.
The manacles? Well, these are obviously Zimlight infused manacles. They are designed specifically to kind of shrink down to any one particular person's arms and kind of like be flush with them, so they're proper manacles.
Okay.
But that's all.
Are they functionally mechanical in any way?
Yes. They have like a little keyhole.
Could I discern their mechanism with the Tinker Tools check?
Sure.
We'll do as such. 23.
23. With a 23 Tinker's Tools check, you can ascertain that a set of lockpicks will more than likely be enough to get you out of these manacles, because they're just quite literally manacles that are infused to be able to go on any person's wrists, pretty much.
I push my head against the bars and kind of look back and forth, and where are guards?
There are 2 guards at the very far end.
Do I have any blind spots?
Well, they aren't exactly doing anything to you right now, so you could just like tuck back further into your cell and be in a blind spot.
I do as such. I take my glasses off and I carefully pull the tight leather bondings at the ends, and I proceed to slowly scrape them across a bit of the stonework to slowly fashion them into a set of picks.
Roll an intelligence check.
I'll lucky that. I got one more in me.
Go ahead.
24.
There
24.
you go.
You get the feeling that it might not be the best idea for you to do that, for you to start making a lockpick from your glasses right now, because
I'm taking every opportunity. Who says I was going to lockpick them at the very moment?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying, like, if your glasses suddenly disappear, someone's gonna notice that. I'm just saying that you could.
Who said they'd disappear? I have the leather strappings that go on the back of them. This is where I'm making the picks. They're easily hidden when I slip them back on.
I mean, okay, if you're confident.
Got a point.
Percy's a smart goyle.
All right. You're doing that.
He's smarter than the average bear.
Soren, are you doing anything?
Hey, boo-boo.
His hands are bound behind his back, right?
Yes.
Or are they bound in front? Okay.
All of your arms are bound in the back.
Okay. He's gonna try to get his. He's gonna try and get his hands in front of him as well, just so he can try to meditate. He wants to try again to try to contact Migi and Hidari.
All right, acrobatics.
Athletics, you said? Or acrobatics?
Oh, speaking of which, Soren, your strength is gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 12. It's 12 now. So.
You easily just kind of like hop, put him in front of you. Easy. And then you land there in front of you.
Yeah.
You have a pair of manacles on you.
Yes, I have expertise in acrobatics.
Okay.
I took skilled as
a
skill expert. So how are his hands bound? Are the wrists like tightly bound together, or is he able to like pull it? Like, is he able to pull them apart enough to do the hand gesture for his meditation?
They are tightly bound together. The only thing separating the two of your hands is a small little bar connecting both manacles to one another.
Okay, so his wrists are basically just like right next to each other, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, then he tries to pull a little bit and can't really get like purchase with it, and he sits and thinks for a little bit.
It's one of those strange things. You try and pull on this, but you no longer have like. You're very well aware that you probably could have maybe broken these if you still had that belt on, but devoid of it,
you can't break those cuffs.
Devoid of it, you feel enfeebled.
So he tries to tug a little bit and finds that it's not finding any purchase. So he's going to like arrange his hands like in front of him as best he can, and he starts just like messing around, looking to like try to find a new gesture to adopt, and he eventually settles in on one that allows his wrists to be close to each other, and he closes his eyes and begins meditating.
All right. Okay. So next up,
and then after that, he's going to try and contact Hidari and Migi again.
All right. Roll me another wisdom check. And yeah, 19. You are able to brush your consciousness alongside theirs. The connection is still very much there and very much alive. And what you get as a sensation from the two of them is something akin to fear.
In his mind, he's not going to say this aloud, but he's going to basically just ask, "Hi, can you hear me?"
It does not seem as if they can hear you. You get the sense that this is more of an empathic connection rather than an actual telepathic one.
All right, so is he able to determine why they're afraid?
Roll an insight. You have advantage. 14.
Okay.
A 14 is enough to give you that they are afraid because they were suddenly taken by someone else away from you, and they can no longer see.
So kind of under his breath, he, like anybody close to Soren, will just hear him go, "Don't worry, I'll get you back soon." And he's going to continue, like, trying to meditate to keep his composure.
All right. How about you, Agathar? What do you do?
There's a moment of silence.
in the cells, and then crack, 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 crack at the sound of the back of his head against the wall. And he just lets out a shaky sigh, and just sits there, and he says, "I'm sorry, guys. This is all my fault.
Hardly.
I should have just entered the cart, not left the undead to watch after the clerics." And he hits the back of his head hard against the wall.
Could you not? I'd rather your noggin not be bruised. Take the moment to rest.
Not like it was useful before.
Ugh.
And he will try to sit cross-legged and then try to employ. Wasn't a great success before, but he wants to try to employ Soren's like calming thing that he tried to learn, and so he wants to just maybe try to center himself, and just try to relax his shaking body. And I think he reaches out to Soifang if he can still feel that connection.
You can roll for me a wisdom check.
Wisdom, okay. Who's gonna roll? 15.
15. You can't feel that connection.
16.
Oh, okay. With a 16, you can't feel your connection to her. It seems as if she isn't close enough to you.
Okay. Okay. He just mutters. Shh. He's just doing his damnedest to try to shake down his adrenaline, because now he's afraid that all of this is to lure her to Raymir, and then he knows Raymir will probably use Bell against him, and he's just trying to calm himself of these what he perceives as inevitabilities, and so he's just trying to calm his nerves at this point.
All right.
Because he doesn't know what to do, and he is afraid of everything that could happen.
All right. Rensois, what are you doing in your cell?
Rensois is probably doing a similar thing to Soren, where she'll probably try and get her hands back in front of her and meditate.
And acrobatics.
At 18.
Easily hop it. Get him back in front of you, and you also see that you have the manacles and this silver bracelet just on your wrist.
Yep. And she'll, thankfully, unlike Soren's meditative pose, hers is one where she, like, her hands are close together to begin with. And she'll just kind of sit in, I assume there's like a cot or something in there.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, she'll just kind of sit cross-legged in the cot and meditate.
Okay. And lastly, Valen. What is Valen doing? He got hurt real bad. It still hurts.
Not really. I'll take a
By
6 though in my health out, but
by a child's standards, getting shot with a crossbow fucking hurts.
oh yeah.
Duh.
Ow.
He's probably just huddled in a corner, rocking back and forth. And if anyone can hear him, he's muttering something. I'll let Shad figure out that DC and who's nearby.
Yeah.
How
are we
what?
situated? Who's next to who?
Can't sleep. Clowns will eat me.
You are basically situated like this. From left to right, it is Soren, then Percival, then Valen, Rensois, Agathar.
Sorry, are we all in the same cell?
You're on
No.
the same cell block, but different cells.
So different cells. Okay.
Different cells. Yeah.
So either side is Percy and I to Valen.
Can you rearrange the tokens to present which
Sure,
who's next to each other? I think that'll help give us a visual.
I certainly can. Let me just... this... Let's see, Soren... Percival... Valen... Rensois... Agathar... There you go.
That should also help any future plans, hopefully.
Alright. Roll for... I would guess Percival and Rensois both get to roll for me a perception check. If that be the case. I would say 14 might be enough to kind of like, you know, get to hear what you're saying, Valen, depending on how quietly you're speaking. The 19 is for sure enough.
I'm sorry, does Soren get an opportunity to, or is he too
No,
far away?
He is too far away.
Okay.
Unless Valen is actively shouting it, in which case there is no need for a perception check. Everyone knows
No,
No, he's talking. He's saying it quietly. So.
yeah.
it. Alright.
Oh well, that's fine.
Which, where is it? Scrolling through DMs. There it is. Hey, you hear him muttering to himself. Only through strife, struggle, attain power. And he's just repeating that over and over again. If anyone would be able to see, he just has a blank stare, rocking back and forth.
No one's
In a
able
corner.
to see.
Yeah.
Who's across from me?
No one is.
Oh,
Yeah, we're in a line.
this sucks.
After a few minutes, I want to say like 10, 15-ish minutes, the captain walks back in, his large, muscular frame having to dip through the doorway to get in. And behind him come two more of the basic guards that you guys have seen. One with a table and a chair, and the other with a dish of crab legs. The two of them moving and placing down the seat and the table before all of you guys, pretty much. And the dish being placed atop the table. The captain looks to each of you, gives a very broad grin, before taking a seat, picking up a crab leg, and snapping it with a very loud, cracking noise. My, oh my. You five are in big trouble, you know? Necromancy's illegal here in Mirzai last I checked. And you coming to my city bringing some kind of advanced undead?
Blah, blah, blah.
Tisk, tisk,
Yep.
tisk.
Bitch.
I'm honestly glad that someone told me about the arrival of you, heroes, he says with quotation marks. Or else you might have tried to smuggle it in here. And he just slurps down the crab. Before...
Plenty of walking dead in your city. I saw them on the way in.
Deaders, am I right? Picks up another leg, and there's just another loud, resounding crack as he just snaps it in half. And Valen,
no.
Oh, yay.
Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Versus crab leg.
Uh-oh, trauma.
Good God,
Oh
roll 20.
no, trauma!
He's Valen. Whenever you hear that second crack, you are brought back to your room again. The light is blinding, and your arm hurts. You feel two much larger hands rest upon your leg. Only through strife, son. Now, try not to cry. Crack!
What is he trying to make the amazing boneless boy?
Roll me a Constitution saving throw, Valen.
Jesus Christ.
At least it's his cell and not mine.
Nice tell her story, I guess.
So, Valen,
Mm-hmm.
that pain shoots through your leg and you can't help but scream. And all of you watch as this Minotaur man lifts up and cracks a third leg just to eat it. And you hear Valen wail a horrifying shriek of pain and anguish from his cell.
I insight that.
Sure.
And is somebody hurting him, or is that just him wailing because the seafood?
You can't tell.
13.
Percy kind of like sits up from where she can. I mean, Valen's cell is right next to mine, so I'd be able to see somebody like getting in there and shit, but it doesn't look like it, does it?
Well, I mean, you weren't looking outside of your cell. Someone could have gone in there when the captain did, when the captain walked in front of all of you.
I'm pretty sure I'd have heard the gate open.
Yeah, the door opened.
Yeah, no, the cell door probably has a pretty loud, heavy clanging sound and a jingling of keys unlocking something. I think I'd noticed that one. Possibly.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Francois, you can hear that Valen is currently having a panic attack, and he is reliving something. And
See, the sad thing is Renswap probably just thinks he's reliving something from Mel.
Uh-huh.
and all of you guys watch as this guard captain looks between his broken crab leg and the wailing Valen, and he just grins. It looks like we got a live one over there. And without
Again, feeble-minded.
he places the broken crab legs onto his plate and pulls off another one before crack. And
You seem to really like seafood. I don't know why you're sharing this with us.
And Valen.
It's terrible for your cholesterol.
Yes.
It couldn't possibly be fresh.
We ain't
None of
nowhere near
your-
the sea.
None of your jabs, none of your words are getting to this captain. He is.
He's got about as
seemingly-
much intelligence as Valen does right now, so I can't imagine much gets through his head.
He's seeming to really enjoy making Valen cry. And Valen, in your own headspace, you look down and your leg is bent at an awkward angle.
He ain't supposed to go that way.
as
You ain't got no legs, Dan.
Dan?
serious guys.
It's how we process our trauma, Shad.
As this man grips your other leg and twists it into another awkward position. Each crack of these crab legs is like the crack of a whip on Valen's backside. And I'm not sure how your characters are handling this guy actively torturing Valen.
I mean,
at this point, I think Agatha just throws himself against the cell and just like rattles and shakes it, and just with a hiss, he's just like, enough!
like a rowdy chihuahua.
Oh, it's enough, but I'm not done with my lunch yet. He cracks
Getting
another
angry
one.
at him will just make him enjoy it more. Don't give him the satisfaction.
Look at him, he doesn't even have any butter. He's a plebeian.
He has butter.
You didn't say he had butter.
There's butter on his dish.
If he didn't say he had butter, there's no butter.
Fine then, fuck it. He's a heathen. Anyway,
It's like,
He is
fine.
a heathen.
anyway,
He has, I can't believe it's not butter. There.
he has.
I knew it was simple things.
He has Mirzian butter. So,
Ugh.
I don't trust the Mirzian butter.
anyway,
That ain't good. That ain't good stock.
he basically continues to grin and just crack these crab legs as he actually finally finishes saying what he was here to say. Oh, well. We'll see just how guilty y'all are when your caseworker gets here. Apparently you guys are special, and you actually get one. You should be so lucky.
I have a feeling I know who the fuck he is.
Oh my. If only. And
You can go now.
after a little while of just kind of like, I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say to this man. Yell at him.
Before he leaves, Soren's gonna be like, "Hey, excuse me a second. Could you do me a favor and tell me where my blades are? They are heirlooms, and I like to know that they're okay." He says, like, very sweetly.
Well, he doesn't leave before something else happens. I'm sorry. He isn't leaving yet. But basically, after a little while of kind of just like actively fucking with Valen, the door. Well, not exactly the door, but you guys would hear kind of like the approaching footsteps of someone else before the door to the prison area opens up and a new person arrives.
I'm just waiting for him. He'll show up. I'm assuming it's him. He's going to
Yeah.
be our
Yeah.
public defender.
Yeah, it's Rainier.
Yeah.
Wearing
It's
let me do the thing.
All
Wearing
right. Shad's flustered. It's Rainier.
wearing a large, wide brim hat and very
Yeah, that's right, man.
colorful and fancy clothing, steps in a handsome-looking tabaxi man. He has purple eyes and robes that seem to reflect a myriad of colors of which seem to be transitioning down his fur along his very outfit. Adorning his personage are a few different bags that you guys might recognize as your various bags of holding. He is wearing a ring that is awfully familiar to Percival as well. And he is also carrying Soren's swords. And in his offhand, he is carrying Belle's skull. He runs a hand through his hair and gives each of you this smirking grin, looking just as cocky as the day you first encountered him. Well, hello there, my adorable little clients. It's so good to see you again. It's been a while, hasn't it? I
It
It
was...
You look a lot better than the last time.
No, I disagree.
Did you style your hair?
I just might have. I was actually starting to think that you'd all forgotten about little old me. Or perhaps you simply, didn't care about
The
what I was
speed
doing.
bump?
He shrugs and just steps further into the room. With a whistle, the guard captain stands at attention before leaving. Well, call me whatever you want, but I can assure you that I have never forgotten about you.
It's pretty clear you're obsessed with us.
Who knows? I don't.
No, I'm pretty sure I do. I walked into your house, flew you into the air, and dropped you like a stone.
He lifts up his hands and claps them twice. And you, Percival, see this wall manifest itself before you as you are silenced.
I begin doing sign language and continuing to mock him.
You can still hear him just fine, but no words can leave your cell.
She does like one of those little crying motions with her eyes, like, I upset the man-child.
He simply grins and just steps in the middle of the whole room, soaking in the sight of all of you behind bars. He then holds up Belle's skull, her eyes lifeless without that ever-present flame of necromantic magic. A fine construction, Agathar, but lacking in complexity. Still, it should make a fine bodyguard for myself regardless.
He grips the bars so hard, and his eyes could blow up buildings. And he's just giving him this absolute death stare.
He then twirls a key around his finger. Percival's key to the carriage. And smiles at her. I really should thank you for the fine carriage as well. I think I'm going to love calling it my home. He grins even wider.
Just tilts her head, gives him a shrug like he's an idiot.
Plus, not to mention, I had a few of my men go and collect some items from it.
How?
He has the key to the cart.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he can see. The key just
Daylight.
opens the doors. Daylight doesn't. It's not darkness. It's fog.
Fog. Okay.
They're effectively blind in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I have an idea of what the spell is, but yeah, dark daylight does not affect it at all.
No, I get it. I'm just spacing on the enchantments because it was very stacked. All right, then. He is going to shrug and say, there are people currently scouring it with little magical sensors. We'll find some of those tasty treasures you've hidden soon.
Can't use magical sensors inside the cart.
The cart is a dead zone.
According to
It is.
what?
It is a dead zone.
Ah, okay.
Nothing is going to creep.
Fine then. Allow me to remember my own shit.
Sensors created by divination spells can't appear inside the cart or pass through the cart.
Yeah, sensors doesn't mean that he can't, walk in and use sensors.
It's not,
inside
as long
of
as
it.
it's not divination. The interior of the cart can appear dark and foggy, preventing vision, including dark vision.
Anyway, regardless,
This is like the exact scenario I planned for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It's
working.
lined up.
Anyway,
Just continue to piss him off, and she's just like, "Yeah, cool. You have my key. Good for you. It's effectively useless."
all right then. Fair enough. He's just gonna shrug. Whatever. I'll just break it down, use it for parts. And then he'll pull out your ring of mind shielding. And this little bauble. It's a bit too cliche for my taste. And he'll kind of like take the ring and palm it in his hand as you see this kind of like dark emerald green glow fill the palm of his hand as he states a very simple word. Wither. And then with a pulse of necromantic magic, he holds out his fist before you, Percival, and opens it up to let dust fall out.
You can't hear what she says, but you do all just hear a loud bang. I can't morph, I assume.
You can. Your manacles morph with you.
I can't shape change? I can shape change, apparently. I thought that's what the silver bracelet did.
No, just blocks your magic.
Why do I have two? Alright.
The manacles are to restrain your hands. The bracelet is to restrain your magic. They're two different items.
Alright.
Hmm.
Yeah, you just hear a loud slam against the grating.
Nah, I'm currently incapacitated.
He grins. Oh, isn't that cute? Seems as if I've struck a nerve. What a terrible accident. But nothing a little money can't fix, right? And with that, he pulls out your various bags of holding and begins just dumping.
He doesn't have mine.
Doesn't matter. He begins dumping all of your gold into a pile. And then he takes your spellbook, Percival, drops it on top
Doesn't
of it.
have it.
You need a spellcasting focus to cast your spells.
Yeah, I didn't have one.
Then how are you going to cast Scrying?
Who said I was casting scrying?
Last episode, you wanted to use Scrying on Valen. You emerged from the cart and said, oh, well, I guess I don't have to cast Scrying. And then you ran towards Mirzai. I would assume you have at least your staff or your spellbook, one or the other.
Spellbook's not a focus.
Can be.
No. Spellbook is what you would keep your spells in. That's not.
Yeah, only specific spell books, and I think only Agathar has one.
I think so.
Regardless of it all,
She has a regular ass arcane focus she carries with her. It's like a wand.
okay. Tosses the wand on there. Tosses Agathar's spellbook on there. And then he pulls out a small handgun from one of his pouches with traces of this dull red runes and glyphs along it. And then, with a grin to each of you, he points his gun at that pile and pulls the trigger as a pale green beam connects with it, and all the gold in the spellbook gone.
I'll delete that. Hey, I got a free attunement.
Yeah, just, get rid of all the spells that aren't currently known at the moment.
Very minor aside, Agathar. I will give you an Arcana check.
Yeah. Arcana.
With advantage, because it's spell effect.
Alright, spell effect. 21. Oh, hold on.
I will DM you a thing.
A 25.
I will DM you a thing.
Oops. Either way, Aggie's still fucking mad.
So this is where we get a hard reboot. Gotcha. No items, no money.
Okay.
Oh, I've got all my shit. 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, so do I in the cart.
Okay.
Because I mean, if I was wearing my armor, no way that 17 would have hit.
I mean, money-wise, we lost like $13. We still got the.
Yeah, it's the magic items I'm more concerned about. So that
Well,
everyone's losing.
I mean, Red Swath still had all of her money.
Big oof.
At any rate, moving along
It's
as
Red
as this pile
Swath.
just vanishes. Oops! Clumsy me. Clumsy me. I'm so sorry. My finger slipped and now all of that gold and... Oh, Agathar, is that your spell book? I hope you didn't have anything you wanted in it.
That's alright. I'll just get a new one.
He frowns.
Who knows?
Material
Maybe I'll
things are
take it-
replaceable.
Maybe I'll take it off your corpse, and he just slams against the.
Ah!
the page.
There we go. There we go. He slides the weapon back into his pouch.
Real quick, was that the snooze button, or was that his own personal?
No, it was not. It was not the snooze button.
All right, had to ask.
He then shifts over to where Soren's cell is. He grins widely and slicks his hair back before tapping his hands along the twin blades at his hip. Soren.
You touch those blades, and I will come after you. You realize this, right?
Oh, honey, and here I was about to give you a compliment. Nice tits, by the way. Looking
You
really
fucker.
good. You know that? In fact,
Is
I think the new look fits you very well.
Soren just kind of smiles at this and says, "So, what was the purpose of this, by the way? What was the point of doing this? See, what you did to Valen, it makes sense because it actually inhibits his ability to do things. What did this get you? And then he stops and then gasps. He goes, "Raymere, looking for a little something more to scry, were ya?"
He grins as he taps Migi and Hidarita and trails his fingers along their hilts, caressing them while he stares into your eyes. Well, you know,
The smile is
it's-
disappearing, by the way.
You know, it's been a long time since I've seen a soul blade, let alone a pair of them. I can feel how much they want to return to you. The girls seem to not like me too much. However,
Gee, I wonder why.
they are giving me a grand idea, especially with all those cute little fan fictions they have. I'm honestly shocked that their perverted minds didn't think of this sooner. He grips the two of them very tightly and just offers a hand to you. You are a woman of substance. Maybe you would like to join me. He winks. Become my wife, and I'll let you keep the girls. Otherwise, I'll do with them whatever I please.
Soren is trying to contact them and basically get an idea of what they're feeling and what they're wanting at the moment.
Roll me a wisdom check with advantage.
All right. Wisdom check.
With a 12, this close to them,
Did it come out?
you can feel that connection. And you can feel this overwhelming sense of fear. And I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw. 10 is enough, or 11 is enough. You can feel their fear.
Sorry. Are you rolling those to just DM?
Yes, he is on
Oh,
accident.
yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Oops.
Yeah, I was like, it's not popping up.
It's okay. It's okay. He got a 12.
got fear.
He got a 12 and an 11. But
Classic.
with that 11, you can feel their fear growing by the second. They do not want to be near this person because he can touch them. Their very souls, their essence. And that fear almost overwhelms you, but you manage to quell it. Balance.
You hear him heave a sigh, and like very, very reticently, he stands up. He very, very reticently stands up and steps towards the gate and says, "What exactly would this entail?"
He just grins. Oh, I'm surprised you're considering it. Normally, in a position like yours, you'd say something cliche along the lines of, "Oh, don't touch them or I'll kill you. Oh, I'll rip your heart out." Da, 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 da. Cliche lines I've heard time and time again. You've surprised me, and that intrigues me. What it would entail is quite simple. You sign a contract for me. We become betrothed. You wed me. And then, well, I'm sure you can fill in the rest.
He takes another deep sigh, and thinking back to what he could do to Hidari and Migi, he reluctantly says, "Let's see the contract then, you bastard."
Roll an insight. You can see very clearly on this man's face, he did not expect you to agree to this. So
Does this mean the DM did not expect him to agree to
No.
this?
Rensois is also like, what is your plan?
So he very carefully just pulls out from within one of his pouches a rolled up scroll and he slides it through your bars. Take a gander while I see if I've forgotten anyone. And he begins to wander up and down the cells, tapping his chin a couple times before just pondering aloud, have I forgotten anyone. He walks all the way up to Agathar. And then he walks back down past Rensois. He pauses. And then walks backwards and glances at Rensois. Before just... Nope. I haven't missed anyone of real importance. And he just continues to walk down the line.
Francois just shrugs. She doesn't care.
Before he walks back over to where Soren is. Soren, the contract is a marriage contract. You are basically going to marry this man, and you are to basically tend to his needs. You're basically going to become a tram wife, if that term makes sense.
Not
Cooking.
entirely.
Okay. So
Housewife.
yeah,
Yeah, so,
a
like, I was
housewife.
about to say,
You
I was
exist to serve him and have his babies. Like, I'm sorry, but
like, I was about to say, I'm not exactly familiar with the term, but I'm pretty sure Soren's not gonna like it.
no.
Basically, he is going to cook, he is going to clean, he is going to present himself when asked, and basically bear as many heirs as this man wants. It is a lecherous and disgusting contract, and it is magically binding them, which is very obvious. And I'm just now reading some DMs. So, Soren, buddy, would you like to tell me what you're doing? Or trying to?
So if you're going to allow what I've been putting in DMs without him noticing,
It'll probably take a sleight of hand check.
I'm scared to roll any more checks.
What's the worst that's gonna happen?
17.
At least you
17
can
is
roll
good enough.
things.
17 is good enough.
17's
He is distracted by his revelry in both the anger and the malice that he is collecting from each of you. But
Very much for one.
you retrieve the ring that you hid earlier inside the carriage. What are you doing with it?
So when he comes back, Soren has Anka's ring around his finger, and he smiles and says, "I think I might have to get the blessing of your sister first. Isn't that right, Anka?"
Oh!
Oh, shit.
Oh!
Shit!
Okay. All right. So, all of you get an insight check on him.
Yeah.
I wanna see his face go fucking flat. 7. Shit. I can't see.
Hold on.
I'm incapacitated. I can't roll.
Yes,
17.
13.
Yes, you can, baby.
I'm only saying
Oh.
I'm incapacitated
Oh
because
yeah,
of...
because of the fear. Yeah.
Yes.
You know what matters?
Although
Is
that does
Soren gets.
bring up a question, Chad.
Oh, what's up?
Mel's training, I am immune to fear.
Not this fear, because remember, Mel's training is a result of your background. Your background no longer exists because you don't remember it.
This is that extra
Right.
spicy fear.
Extra spicy fear. This
This-
is
like-
This is fear.
Carolina
this is
Reaper
deluxe.
fear.
Yeah.
Like basically, if you were of sound body and sound mind and dealing with this traumatic episode, and you weren't feeble-minded, yes, for sure, you'd be immune to the fear effect. You would still feel it, but you would be able to control and contain yourself. As it stands, you are a child. This is before you met Mel. This is before you learned how to conquer fear as a concept, and you are afraid. However, it has been a few minutes since the last crack was heard, so I will give you a repeat on your wisdom saving throw to attempt to break free of it. As you
Oh my God!
my!
Roll
Oh my
twice.
God!
You know what? Valen, you're right. You're incapacitated. I am so sorry.
What you say?
So
Carry-
I'll just mute myself.
Carry
Yeah, I
on,
think
good
you
sir.
call it a wrap.
Carry
Go get a
on,
soda.
good sir.
Go take a shower. Get the
Carry
locker.
on my
My
wayward
wayward
son.
son.
That was
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna take the
Mm,
car for a
mm.
drive. I'll be back at the end
Oh
post
my
screen.
god, I'm so
It's
sorry.
it's all like, what you say? That you only said one. Yes, you did.
No,
Okay.
it's more like do that whole thing, but what you can't say.
Yeah.
Can't say.
Okay.
Oof.
So,
Alright, muting myself because I can't do shit.
all right,
One.
all right.
It's the loneliest number
Number.
that you'll ever know.
Okay. So, as Soren, you have a 22 insight. Rensois, Agathar, you guys at the very minimum get he is surprised by this development. He thought you guys were stripped of all of your magical gear, but evidently not. Soren, you see him go from surprise to fear to legitimate anger and seething rage as he grips
Hell. Yes.
grips both Migi and Hidarida and goes to say something before you hear, "Shut it, Raimier." And he just cuts off mid sentence, and you
Agathar
hear
starts laughing.
and you hear from within Soren's cell Anka's voice. I
can hear it. I just can't say nothing. I'm still very sad
Yep.
about it.
you hear her say, "Oh, and to think that I was interrupted from spending time with my lovely wife." You hear like a small little smooch on the other end, in order to see over you attempting so desperately to get one of your own, going so far as to turn one of the guys into a girl. And how is that not, at the very least, mildly gay, Raimier? I always thought that you were a bit too much into the bro code of things, but shut up, you harpy!
Like as soon as they finish, Soren's like still smiling, and he says, "Oh, by the way, Raymir, thanks for the extra pouch of holding. You did me a favor, and you did me one more favor than you thought you did."
You see? Okay. Roll another insight check on it.
I think even Percy's roaring at this.
Oh no. Like, Red Swa is
Hold on, I have to roll an insight to see if Agathar
having
knows
the
what he's done.
time of her life.
Sword, is that what he thought it was?
Yeah,
Is this
yes,
is
it
this
is.
the player asking or Agathar asking?
This is Agathar asking.
So Soren's not going to answer it directly. He's going to build off of that last statement by saying, "It was a mite bit uncomfortable. It's certainly a new thing I had to get used to. But oh, was it feckin' worth it?"
Agathar cackles.
You see this man snarl, and then he calms.
What's the matter? Touched a nerve?
You hear Anka go, "Oh, what's the matter, Ray? Are you feeling a bit emasculated now? You should go
Ray.
before you embarrass yourself any further. After all, I know that I didn't need a magically binding contract to get my wife to perform lovely duties for me." And you can hear the smugness on the other end as Raimier's right eye twitches. "Oh, sister. I'm sorry, but You've just gotten someone killed. And with that, he pulls out a key and unlocks your cell, Soren,
Oh fuck.
before he begins to step in. You can see him start channeling this dark, necrotic energy in his right hand. As he grins, I hope it was worth it.
This is how it has to end? He smiles. I think so.
Alright, Soren, what's your AC, buddy?
Is he still wearing his armor? Or was that stripped?
He is wearing his armor. They couldn't
Then
exactly.
20.
20? Okay. 20 AC. Raimier, Emperor of the Sands of Suba, making an attack roll.
He rolls a 3.
Percival can't see him to make him do that.
I don't have any port left.
Can Soren, like, is he still still holding the two swords?
Yes, he is. He has one
Soren
hand on the
wants
swords.
Soren wants to try to, like, I'm assuming he's not holding them by the hilts, right? He's holding by the sheaths.
He is holding them by the hilts. Because you can see that your blades are currently vibrating against one another. It looks like he's trying to restrain them.
Could I be doing something in the background?
Are the Shadow Dancer's blades still attuned, or did they forcibly unattune everything?
They were unable to forcibly attune everything, but you don't feel as if you can recall those weapons.
All right, so how are Migi and Hidari fighting against him?
It looks as if they're quivering and trying to get away from him, but they just can't.
Soren wants to try and dislodge at least Migi.
Alright.
And so basically what he wants to do is he wants to try and get one of the blades free from him, and then use that one to basically sever the hand of the other one. The one that's holding the other blade.
Okay. How are you wanting to do that?
If he's still feeling cocky, Soren will try to lunge forward towards the hand that's holding let's say Migida, and he will attempt to slip his fingers into the pommel or around the hilt and twist it so it twists out of his hand. I know this seems very elaborate, but then he's going to try and take that and just swing it at the other hand holding the other blade.
Well, they're both on the same hip. He has them both restrained with one hand.
Oh, okay. So he's basically holding the hilt of both of them with one hand.
Yes.
Okay. He's going to
imagine if you had a spoon between your ring and pinky and a spoon between your index and middle. That's how he's holding your blades, with the handles being between those two fingers respectively.
Okay, but the other hand is free.
His other hand is free and he's charging up an attack.
Okay, so he's going to lunge. He's going his hands are still restrained, huh? Soren's.
Yep.
All right, he's going to how far apart can he have his wrists?
They're I want to say 2 to 3 inches apart.
Okay, so what he wants to try and do is use his put his right hand on the sheath of Migi and pop it with his thumb, and then with all the strength he can muster, grab the pommel grab the hilt of it with his left hand and just swing as hard as he can and try to dislodge that hand from his wrist.
Okay. Roll me a sleight of hand check.
Here we go. Please roll 20. Please let me have this.
21.
All right. I will roll an opposed sleight of hand.
Isn't he casting a spell?
He is not casting a spell. He is preparing an attack. So you are able to free Miki.
Fucking go.
You may get.
All right.
I would like you to now roll me initiative because this is no longer just him coming in to slap the shit out of you. It's you v him.
Oh my god, Soren, let's go. Holy shit, let's go, Soren!
Okay. All right then. You go before him. You have Migi in both your hands. What do you do?
And he's so. Which hand is the one holding Hidari's hilt?
His left hand.
He's gonna try and cut that off.
All right. Roll to hit. Remember, you no
I gotta
longer have
change
your
that.
strength bonus.
Yeah, so I got to switch this to dexterity then. So, whoops, that was damage. There we go.
All right. A 20 to hit. You hit him.
All right, did we want to keep the 8, or you want me to reroll damage?
You can reroll damage.
I take
Wow.
advantage on that.
All right. You deal 5 damage to his hand, and he releases his grip, just like, what are you? Why you? And your other sword flies out, and like a dancing blade, slices your manacles in half, and affixes itself into your opposite hand.
And I'd be like scrambling to try and unlock myself with
Yeah, I want to start
my
checking the door.
with my hastily created lockpicks.
You did not have enough
It's a
time
shame that
to...
you're so.
You didn't have enough
so
time to
far from it.
hastily create lockpicks. You had like 10 minutes at most. I would say if you would like to, give me a... Roll for me a Tinker's Tools check, sure. But without the actual tool, if that makes sense. In fact, disadvantage
But
on that. Sorry.
But I have a tool. I made it. Yeah, have you seen a
No,
lockpick before? It's just a bent bit of metal.
I'm asking you to see how fine the lockpick is. That's what the Tinker's Tools check is for. It's to see if you made the lockpick well enough to where like you didn't thin the metal too much so it breaks inside the manacles. Roll again. You have disadvantage. All right, a 15.
No.
A 15 is enough to make a basic lockpick. You may attempt a Thieves' Tools check on your manacles.
It's a shame I'm not next to you.
I'm aware of this. This isn't Percy's strong suit. It's a sleight of hand check then, yeah? More or less. It's a dex check.
Yeah,
Yes.
sleight of hand, essentially.
Yeah, because I don't... Percy's not fantastic at this. 17, though.
Although,
17 is not enough for these manacles, I am sorry to say.
But okay.
But you can attempt again. You didn't get a natural one, so your pick isn't broken, so you can attempt over multiple rounds. Meanwhile, Soren, you have a second attack, and you have your bonus action.
All right, he's going to attack with Hidari first, seeing as there's a... So how does... I'm sorry, remind me how Hidari's resistance nullification works?
If it is immune to it, if it's immune to the damage, it just takes the full.
Okay, and he is immune to stand, or not immune, but like at least damage resistance since he's a mummy lord.
He is immune
from
to
non-magical.
non-magical, but your weapons are magical.
Oh, okay.
yeah, because he doesn't have his anti-magic up.
Yep.
All right, well, he's... Oh, let's see. What does he want to do? He's like, because intimidation's probably not going to work on Raymir.
No.
He's going to kill you if you
Yeah.
give him the chance. Fuck him up. or cut through the bars or something.
Let's see. What exactly is holding all the doors closed? Like all the.
They are each locked and they are each their own cell. I will say to get outside to try and free the others, you will have to run past him, which will provoke an attack of opportunity. And also, you don't have enough space to rabbit hop around him either.
Okay. Well, like basically, I was asking: is the lock like affixed to the gate, or is it like a separate like padlock?
It is a lock that is built within the gate.
Okay. So he would have to. So in order to do that, he would have to make like a very precise attack to cut the.
Yes.
To cut the latch in there. What to do? Whose cells is? Yeah, because Raymir's actually inside the cell with Soren, right?
Yep.
I'm right next to you. I'm the one next to you.
Well, Raymir's in Soren's cell.
Yes.
Right. Okay, so that's why he would get an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, dang it. I don't know what to do.
It's very hard. You're staring down a really hard hit.
Yep, and it's probably going to do more than 46 damage.
It will for sure.
That's right.
What was that, Shad? Sorry?
It will for sure. I am not sugarcoating it.
Well, the man already intends to kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping Anka would do more than she did, but...
What can she do from so far away?
I thought it like I was under the impression that it actually called her here.
It doesn't.
No, it calls
but-
her.
It calls her.
It's hard. It's hard to tell with Shad's NPCs which ones will be godlike at a certain moment.
Well, okay, so he's preparing an attack. Soren wants to cut the hand that's preparing the attack off. He wants to actually cut off both hands.
I will allow you to do that if you roll a 19 or better with your Vorpal sword specifically. But only this
That's
one
not going to happen, but
I'll rule of cool
All right.
for you.
All right, roll 20.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's a
Are
19.
It
you
is a
talking
19.
nat 19 or?
A 19 does hit, but it does not cut.
Yeah.
All right, and he's going to slash with Hidari as well.
Go for it.
Roll
That'll
20.
miss.
Can we like? Well, there's the damage from the 19.
All right. So you, in a burst of speed, not only manage to free your weapon, but you free both of them. And when they are inside of your grip, you feel home. And they feel at home with you. And as you slash at Rainier a couple times, you cut into him. And then, with your third slash with Hidari, he catches you with his offhand. Well, that was a cute attempt, boy. And then he brings down that right hand.
So he isn't a dude.
Does a 25 hit you?
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Still trying to kick this fucking door down with all his might. It's not leading anywhere,
What?
but by God is he trying.
What is your current health?
Probably 0 now. 46.
And that's your max health?
That's max health, yes.
Okay.
Does the poison lower the max?
Yes,
or does
it does.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey.
lowers max.
I do have a question for you, Shad.
Yeah, what's up?
He did damage him a couple times. Is he concentrating on silence?
He is not. It is a aspect of the cells. Whenever
God,
prisoners
fucking
get
cells.
too loud.
Fort Knox ass place. Everything's made like it's made out of cardboard and paper, but we get inside the prison and it's Fort
Well,
Knox.
this is the one place that they invest the money in.
So, Soren,
Mhm.
as his hand comes down and slams into your chest with a fist, you feel a pulse of necrotic energy rush through you. And then you feel you see his eyes glint with this glow of necromantic energy. And you feel another surge of necrotic energy pulse through you again. You eat 86 points of damage.
Fuck.
So Soren's not quite
You
dead.
are not automatically killed, but you are knocked out.
Fucking barely.
And as he slams you into the back of the wall, you hear him say before your consciousness fades, "A good attempt, but I'll be taking those back." And then the last thing you see is him reaching down, and you hear the cries of your weapons going, "Soren, no!"
So
is the wedding
As-
off, or
as Soren starts to fade out of consciousness, he just weakly says, "Miki, Hidari, run," and then he passes out
All right.
I don't know how they're
because Hidari moved on its own. He assumes that there's something they could probably do.
Not enough.
All right.
He might be assuming wrong, but
So, you are knocked out. And you are left downed and making death saving throws. The rest of you watch Rainier walk out with Hidari and Migi again, sheathing them back. Petulant fool. Oh well, I suppose the wedding is off. Soren? Soren,
Mhm.
roll me a death saving throw. And with that, he shuts the door back and proceeds to leave.
When he leaves, what direction does he head?
He's going
Like,
back
does he
out.
pass-
He's backing out the main doorway. Soren's like closest to the main doorway.
Is he passing by
He is
Agatha,
not
or is it
passing.
closer to
He isn't passing by anyone. Like, basically, you see where Soren is. The main door is to the
Uh-huh.
left of him.
Okay. Then Agathar yells at Raymir. Oh god, I knew it. I'm blanking out on it. So Agarius was too complicated for you, huh?
So what?
Agarius was too complicated for you, huh?
Agarius.
That's his son, the one you murdered.
Okay.
That was Soy
All
Faye's
right.
kid.
All right. Okay. You are leaned up against the cell, and you kind of like are staring down at him, and you say that, and you see him stiffen and freeze before he turns back to you. And what do you know of Agrarius, boy? Little shit! What do you know of my son?
oh, it looks like someone touched a nerve.
Yes. I want
With
to say
a-
things, but I can't.
With a wave of his hand, Rensoir's cell silences, and he just stomps forward and just stares Agathar down.
Percy's prideful of Rensoir being muted. That's my girl.
Soren.
I raised this boy.
Soren.
Girl, whatever.
Soren, buddy, I would
Yes.
like you to make this next death saving throw to GM specifically. And do not react as best you can.
Can I do a sleight of hand?
You may attempt another one, yes. Not enough. And as this man storms over, he stares at you. And Agathar, I will give you an insight on him.
Yeah. 19 plus soft 20.
Okay. I will tell you that the next few words he says are nothing but the truth. What do you know of my son, who was murdered by my wretch of a sister? My son, who I cared for above all else, who would have been the heir to my throne, stricken down by an assassin. What do you know of that? What do you know of pain? What do you know of loss? Nothing. My wife. No. That whore! Soy Fang. She's nothing but a liar and a cheat. She blames me for my son's death? No. No. You've been working for the wrong person this entire time if you wanted to avenge a real crime.
Even Agathar is shocked at this. And he takes a step back. And he'll just reply, I know about loss. You're not the only one that's lost people.
You know nothing about loss. But don't worry. I'll be sure to teach you. And with that, he waves his hand, and your cell is silenced. And he just walks out.
So, the thing that this did Soy Fang just tell him, or did he see it through a memory?
She told him.
Okay.
And
Shad, can I ask a question?
2 seconds. I just want to wrap this little bit up. As he walks out, you guys hear him speak to the guard captain. Captain Matthias, see, the prisoners are released. I believe they have paid their dues. And make sure the little one gets a beating before he's left alone. And then he heads out.
Joke's on you, I live in Spain without the ass.
I'm a permanent resident of Maine.
So,
Agathar is so in disbelief.
so with that,
Oh boy. What I hear is more exhaustion levels for Agathar.
So, Soren, another death
Yes.
save.
To GM.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And with that, he is gone. And the 2 guards that were there earlier are now moving back in with another couple more guards and the guard captain. Each of them
I
carrying.
think I've given up at this point.
Each of them carrying metal pipes. Well, no, sorry. Yeah, metal pipes. They're carrying metal pipes as they make their way down to Agathar's cell.
See,
Agathar.
now Rensois is angry.
Agathar.
They can't hear her.
Hi.
She is very loudly cursing at them as she shakes the bars.
I have a question. Do you fight?
When they open the cell and I'm sitting on the bench or just one on the ground, and I just kind of look up at them and see they're definitely a little too happy to see me with those metal pipes. Agathor just
Well, the
cracks his
captain
neck.
is. The captain is. The
captain is.
the three other guards with him look unsure about the situation.
Mm-hmm. Agathar wants to get his hands out from behind him because he hasn't done that yet.
Sure, acrobatics.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not even gonna roll a bless on that. He just shuffles his feet under it, cracks his neck, and then looks at the captain defiantly, just waiting on him. He's like, "Well, are you gonna do it?"
He grins and just smooches at the air. Honey, you're making this too fun. And they proceed to beat you until you are down.
Cool. As they're beating the shit out of me, can I take something from him? Can I pickpocket him?
Sure, you certainly can. Remember, you don't have your gloves of thievery, but you do have sleight of hand.
I do a sleight of hand.
All right.
So yeah.
So get fucked.
So
All right. What are you wanting to take off of the guard captain?
I heard right. Ramir's letting us go, right?
Yep.
After, then
See if he has any of that fucking Zimlight shit.
Yeah, I want to take something Zimlight from him.
Sure.
Or
if you would like, you may take his wand, which has a tip that is it's blue tipped infernium. Or sorry, it's blue tipped with this ethereal dark blue material on the tip of it.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of it's you would, and but no, you managed to kind of yoink that off of him in the middle of your beating.
Shit kicked in.
And
just chucks it under the cot.
Yeah.
And Soren, roll me another death saving throw.
4th?
Yeah, you failed one.
Did I?
Did you roll below a 10?
Yes, you did. Anyway.
Do you want it to?
Yep.
Did you want it to be to GM again?
Mm-hmm. To GM again. All right. Moving along. Agathar. On the bright side, Agathar, you are not actively knocked down to death saving throws. You were just knocked out.
Right. I'm just unconscious.
You're reduced to 0 hit points. You are beaten within an inch of your life, but you managed to
Yep.
kind of in the middle of that beating, the captain just kind of lifts you up, and he slams you on the ground. And whenever he slams you, you manage to kind of kick your legs up and just kind of yoink the wand from him before you get cracked in the head with another metal pipe and then you fall unconscious.
Yeah.
Kind of curling up into a fetal position.
I wonder what that position is.
You have been Yamcha'd.
I have been Yamcha'd.
Put
Put it on the counter.
Family Guy death pose.
Family Guy death pose. Yeah.
Alright.
Are we released after?
As this guard captain leaves, and you guys see bloody pipes in the hands of himself and each of the guards, he looks enthralled by having gotten to beat someone. And as he walks by each of your cells, he's just kind of whistling a merry little tune. Now, he said that I should release you, but I'm still on lunch, you see. I think I'm gonna wait until after that. And with
This
that,
fat fuck eats like a hobbit.
and with that, he leaves the room, and the the 4 guards are left stationed in there, kind of like watching each of you. Soren, roll me one more death saving throw, please.
No.
The Soren wake up in a pot.
Okay. Roll me a 1d4.
Also to GM.
Oh yeah.
Also to GM.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
All right.
That wasn't a GM.
It was not GM, but it's fine. That's how many hours it will take
I-
for you to wake up.
I had 2 GMs selected. I don't know why it did that.
It was
Weird.
oh boy howdy. It was a very
Yeah.
back and forth thing there.
Roll try almost took our sword away.
Yeah, like I thought that it was after 3 rolls period that it was.
No,
yeah.
it is.
So either
No,
you
3
live or you die.
successes.
Yep. So, with that having been done, you guys are basically watched over. Also, hey, Agatha, roll me a 1d4, buddy.
Okay. Oh, fuck.
You wake up in 4 hours, or until you restore hit points. But during this time, you guys may short rest if you so desire. Sadly, I don't think Soren or Agatha can roll a short rest in this current
I don't-
time.
I don't have hit dice anyway.
Yeah. And after roughly 3 hours, you are each taken out of your cells. Agathar specifically is picked up and put into a cat crate because he is still unconscious. You are then led outside, and your manacles are removed. Agathar is then tossed out, flops on the ground from his little cat carrier, and the guard captain goes, "Now y'all have a wonderful day here in our beautiful little city, and remember, you can't leave it while there's an ongoing investigation." He gives you a wink before shutting the door, leaving all 4 of you with nothing but your clothing.
All right. I have Agathar and a cat carrier.
Bleeding on the ground.
My cat has been injured.
So I'm assuming Soren is still out.
I think me and Rensois have you on our between us and shouldered, and I got Agathar and a cat carrier.
Soren, you have 1 hit point after 3 hours.
Cool.
We get somewhere. I assume we can't go back to the bar.
No, the bar is is outside of town.
All right.
You are currently inside of town with no money and no items.
Percy lets out a harmonic whistle, and I believe, hopefully, if that's loud enough, Smudge will hear and come to me.
All right. First of all, roll me a stealth check for Smudge.
Okay. Let me pull up his sheet. Or their sheet. They're not really a thing. All right. They have a +5.
All right then. With the 20, stuff happens. And go ahead and give me like a constitution check to see how loud your whistle is. Six. Not loud enough, sadly. But don't worry. He's going exactly where you told him to go once his mission was done. The carriage.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I snap my fingers.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
They,
you desummon and you resummon him.
I whisper to them. Well, I don't whisper to them. I whisper to myself. A simple command. And they head off to the carriage.
Okay.
If they make it there, and the carriage is still there, they will hushed whisper the passcode and gain access to the cart and bring it into town.
The carriage is no longer where you left it.
I just asked if it was there or not. All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, it's like it wasn't until just 5 seconds ago you asked where it was, and I'm just like, no, it's not there anymore. Like he goes off.
How did he manage to work it without being able to see the controls?
Haven't you ever heard of magical lifting devices?
I locked it.
Lifting the carriage itself, my man.
What with? I just need to ask with what? These are very important questions.
Multiple different.
Are they though?
Multiple different tensors floating disc facsimiles. Those things are good for 500 pounds each, and you can have a multitude of them, or you can have a much bigger one.
May I remind you of a security feature on the Roost? All stop. As an action, a switch can be possessed as several immovable rods are activated when the cart is locked.
Yes, and I will remind you that Dispel Magic is a spell that can turn off magic items for a minute.
You'd have to know where they are. You'd have to be able to target it.
I have a question for you, Percival. Would you rather the carriage be moved or destroyed?
Rather
Because
the
that is
thing
the
I
two
worked so
options.
hard on wasn't ignored. Sure, it's
isn't
moved.
being ignored, it's being worked around. It's one of those things of like, it takes them a lot longer to do it, but they've had multiple hours at this point in time to do so.
They were working on this the moment we left it?
Not the moment. Anyway, regardless, Smudge does return and informs you that the carriage is no longer there.
Find it.
Alright, off he goes.
Find it and bring me what I need.
Okay. Off he goes. What is the rest of the party doing during this time? You are stuck.
Drooling blood.
Renswa is fussing over Agathar and attempting to contain bloodlust.
No, it's not the time.
So
I have Agathar under my arm, and I've got.
I know now's not the time.
like
She's
short,
she's just like slowly like clenching and unclenching a fist, just create movement.
If Soren wasn't the first to be able to get to Agathar, then he wouldn't be really doing anything except like fretting over Miki and Hidari. But if he was able to get to Agathar first, he would actually be clutching Agathar close to him.
Can I take
But-
the ring off of Soren? The one that goes like connects to Rhaenyra's sister? I recall him taking that.
Oh, that's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he never
probably
said
took
he
it.
took. He never said he took it.
Why would
it would
this-
have been getting taken?
Why would
I
this
don't know,
man
why-
leave it?
That can be assumed, though.
I don't know. Why is everything retroacted on us, but we can't retroact them?
It isn't.
It's not retroactive.
I have a question for you, Percival. Why would this man
Eh.
leave a ring that connects to his sister? He would take that shit.
I don't know. He's busy getting his shit handed to him.
It's something that could have been assumed, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I figured he took it anyway.
Okay.
So, as you are all kind of just like standing there in the middle of this crowded street, Smudge is off doing stuff. You look around you, and there's just a lot of poor civilians just kind of like looking at you. Not really doing much aside from that, just looking. And after roughly 10, 15-ish minutes, you see that a few more people have kind of showed up just to watch.
Well, do you want a cookie?
You hear one of these civilians, a little halfling, just kind of like staring up at you guys, probably in their mid-20s, just kind of point and go, "Aren't you guys supposed to be the heroes of Mirzai?"
I don't know who told you that, but it was a ploy.
Oh. Of course adventurers couldn't be that. The halfling spits on the ground and walks away.
Alright. Go ahead, spit, you walking scab.
What are you guys wanting to do? Or would you like to take or do you guys want to take like a 15-minute above game break here and think over things?
I imagine we're just gonna look for a place to settle. Because, I mean, we got two people who need, like, some hours. And we've got mentally handicapped Valen.
Who is still quivering.
Yes. 3 people out of commission, essentially.
Also, as a very minor aside, you guys still have those tiny little wristbands on your wrists, little bracelets.
No spells.
Nothing above a cantrip.
Can I examine them?
Sure. Roll me an Arcana. A 16. A 16 will give you that these are magic suppressing bracelets. But
Yeah, fuck it, I'll roll. Why not?
go ahead. 12. It's certainly suppressing some magic there, Rensois. The 16 though.
Did they say anything when they put it on?
They didn't say anything. They just clipped them on. And now they are seamless.
It looks seamless.
As far as you can tell with that Arcana check, like basically this thing is stuck on you.
Does it jingle? Any play?
Nope. In fact, even when you grew into your larger form, it grew with you.
Well, I mean, I imagined, or I'd be in a lot of discomfort.
But with a 16 Arcana, that's really all you can get, is that these things are evidently far more durable than you would think, and they are suppressing your magic. Strangely enough, Valen is also wearing one.
I mean, yeah, Rainer's, like, scared of
Yeah.
us.
Yeah.
Like, he's real scared of us.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Hopefully, the meager amount of damage that Soren was able to do to him before getting one shot was enough to reinforce that fear.
I mean, the man had you dead to rights inside a cell with your hands tied together,
Yeah.
and you still hit him. So be like, and you phoned his sister,
Yeah.
which was some funny shit.
It was
Yeah,
great.
I was kind of hoping to keep that secret from everybody, but yeah, Soren pocketed quote unquote the ring.
In the
Yeah, I
carriage
know.
before.
Percy finds that fucking hilarious.
But again,
Oh no,
above
so
game,
does Renswa.
I thought it actually like called Anka there, but I guess I misunderstood.
I'll be
I
honest,
am
I
sorry.
also thought it did that.
I am
I thought it
sorry
was
if
just like
I.
a sending thing.
I am sorry if I misspoke about that item. It does not call her there specifically. It just
Still a great,
calls
though.
her.
It still allowed you to smack the shit out of him. So, hey, now
It
he
did.
doesn't want to do awful things to you. So
Yeah,
there's
and
that.
now Anka knows where Raymir is, so if she wants to do something. If she wants to do something to him, she knows where he is. So I know where you live, brother.
You never said where he was, but at the same time, I'd imagine you probably did. It's all good. She knows. She knows.
Yeah, she could just track the ring.
Assuming it isn't destroyed. But
That's true.
but regardless, yeah, I actually want to go get myself a beverage, and there is an advert
I'm gonna
coming
do the
up.
same.
So everyone, take 15, discuss plan, and we will reconvene with what you guys are doing, and I will see if you guys
planning.
have any trouble finding a place to rest.
I'm planning for Soren to lose his weapons now. Because he thought he could actually do something to Raymir. Apparently, he could not.
At least you could do something. Oh, those nat ones.
That was that's actually not the first time I've seen that. Like the double nat one on an advantage roll. There was one time someone else in the server basically posted they got a nat one, then a nat two in one advantage roll, and then double nat ones in the next one.
Yeah.
It was
This feeble mind is really. I really can't do a whole lot.
No, you're effectively sidelined.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, should I roll up a new character then? Because I'm sidelined to the.
It's not D20s, but there was that one character stats that Garlic rolled up where he got the 4 nat ones and got the stat of 3.
Mm-hmm.
Such garlic luck.
But
God,
yeah, being
I have
feeble
a-
mind.
All right, I'm back. I'm back. Hello? Ah, Discord's messing up. Hooray. Come on.
He
Yeah,
actually left.
I'm
Yeah.
back.
But yeah, nah. I'm excited for you guys to learn more about the backstory me and Chad cooked up.
Yep.
But
So,
being feeble-minded,
Yeah, it
it's
sucks.
hurting.
so
We're actually seeing character progression from Valen.
I have
We
a
told
so
you it will be forced.
The question is, will it be progression or regression depending on actions to be taken?
That's true.
so out of curiosity, what did you guys talk about while I was gone? Because I didn't catch any of it.
Well, you can find that out in the VOD.
Yeah, find out in the VOD.
I'm saying
Come see us in that post stream there, Shad.
Ah.
I'm saying for the VOD, you dicks.
Do not
Because
speak
I
the old
couldn't-
magics to me, which I was there when they were written.
Because I couldn't hear anything on my end, which means the stream couldn't.
Nothing that they won't figure out.
Like above game, I'm kind of
Yes.
worried.
I know.
I don't.
Like
Mm.
above game, I'm kind of worried that Soren's now lost his weapons.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he definitely lost them.
They're in the hands of a fucking pig. Yeah, you should be worried.
Who can break down magical items?
Bro, he has Bell now. Like, fuck.
Again, Rainier can break down magical items, which
I
do
Swan
not
in the
know of
corner
anything
just
that
sipping
can.
tea. Shame as she looks at her fists.
Rainier, shame. What fist? You are a magic item.
She holds up her hands. She holds up her hands, and her finger just like Jumanji style just disappear into nothingness. Just like no.
We should keep moving.
So, is everyone back?
I am here.
I'm here.
No, I'm front.
Okay.
Okay.
Agathar,
No,
are you back?
I'm
feeling
paralyzed.
spicy. I'm sideways.
I'm gonna crate.
No,
Okay.
you're not. We threw that away. You're
Just hold it.
underarm like a weird sausage dog.
I'm like a super passed out ferret. I'm
You
so
grew-
floppy.
You grew a little bit. We needed a bigger crate.
We have you on a harness with a handle.
Bleeding all over the place.
I'll say that. I'll say that Soren's carrying Agathar
Yeah.
for the cuteness.
Question is, who's carrying Valen in his decrepit state?
Francois.
All right. Oh, look at that.
Alright,
Your
back
sister does care.
All right, back to me going muted. Bye.
I will say, Valen, it's been like 3 hours. You can talk again. You're not frightened anymore.
I have a little fear, but
If you wanted to say anything, Valen, Bubby,
What's he gonna say?
he spoke a full sentence the last time you guys were listening.
It wasn't a full sentence. I cut out some of the words.
For him, yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much I can say or do in this situation.
Okay. So, you guys begin to hunt around for a place to stay in. And wandering through the streets, you see that the people within it are kind of leering at you.
Yeah, right. Whatever.
They've been doing that.
Welcome to my life before
And
Vitrium.
And I would like you guys to roll a crowd insight check.
No, they hate us. It's pretty easy.
You can
I mean, I'll
all
roll it.
Oh my god.
21.
18, 21, Come on, Agathar. Roll.
I will say-
I'm passed
Be-
out.
I will say
Oh,
because
yeah.
she's helping, Percy's currently hybrid, so she's like raven shaped. Not giant raven, but
like a kink.
Also, fuck it. Guidance 23.
So her normal like long coat is like a midriff shirt, and her pants are now shorts,
All right. So,
as her outfit is built to stretch.
all right. So,
Renswa
Soren-
pauses from staring her girlfriend up and down to look at people for a moment.
So Soren, you're still a bit too distracted by the loss of your weapons. You're kind of feeling aimless. You can still hear their pleas for help as they were snatched away from you.
Yeah, Soren's not really worried about losing weapons as much as he is friends at this point, because that's what he really feels like he lost.
With an 18 and a 23 respectively, you guys can tell that the citizens here on the outskirts have not only a very, very low opinion of each of you, because rumors spread, and the only person who isn't getting the stank eye is Agathar. And
Yeah, I
Vaylin,
don't care.
curiously enough.
Funnily, why am I getting a stink eye? I wasn't there. Quote unquote. I'm not a halfling.
You got thrown out with the rest of the party. They're just assuming you're another one of their group.
Didn't even get a chance to give them nothing.
And the other thing that you guys are aware of is they see those wristbands, and you can hear whispers among the crowd. They know you're weak. They know you aren't powerful adventurers anymore, bereft of weapons, of magic, of artifacts. You're just them. You're just like them, but a bit harder to kill. And they might be wondering how many people it would take to break you.
A lot, because a lot.
They don't know that Red
That's
Swallow's
awesome.
Oh, they'll find out.
Yeah, they'll find out real fucking quick.
They see the wristband and they assume spellcaster.
Fair.
But you can kind of sense that the hostility here is kind of... It isn't just regular hostility, it's may turn violent. What do you guys want to do?
I'm fucking begging for it. Come on.
I said, Renswa couldn't give two shits.
Alright.
If they want to be pissy because the heroes that they built up in their heads couldn't save them, is their own problem.
With that insight, Renswa, it's not that they built you up as heroes. It's that you are the exact same as every other adventurer that's come to Mirzai. Greedy, money hungry, not caring one iota beyond your mission. And
I was going to say, not charitable.
considering
Should be the only description.
And considering the fact that both you and Percival, at the very least, are looking ready for a fight, you're just as murderous as all the others that have come before you as well.
It's not untrue.
So it's less that, oh, you're not what we expected. It's more like, you're exactly what we expected. And we are tired. Sick and tired of these adventurers coming into Mirzai and making things worse.
Cry me a river.
All right.
And cry me another.
So, with
crying
that,
blood.
Agathar, Valen, I will give the both of you charisma checks. Valen, yours is going to be a flat one without any modifiers associated with it because it is not you being personally charismatic, it's more just you looking disarming and kind of, infirm, if that makes sense. And Soren, you're carrying Agathar, so I will give you a charisma check as well.
God damn it.
Still a 10 and a 16. Now, Percival, Rensois, the both of you give me charisma checks with advantage.
I'm
Oh
okay.
boy. I'm so good at those.
Just flat charisma.
Mm-hmm.
Base is 13.
It is
Wheels.
very good. The two of you did not roll higher than Soren. Otherwise, you might have been attacked.
Hooray.
Let them come. I'll make a bunch of were ravens. This place will be overrun.
Still, as you guys make your way through the streets of Mirzai, perception checks, everyone. 14, 18, 17.
Let me go ahead.
26 from Soren.
Ah, okay. And
8.
lastly, Agathar, I'll say it around this point in time you wake up, because I want you to be involved with things.
Okay.
You
You wake up in Soren's arms.
He's just
tucked
he
up
just
against his
looks-
chest.
you feel him just lean in to Soren. He just looks compromised.
Just, did I
What do you
wake
do
in
to your
heaven? And why do I feel like hell?
So like Soren just kind of weakly asks, "What did he do to you, buddy?"
It's not him. He wasn't the one that hurt me.
So he sicked his sycophants on you.
No. I'll explain it later.
I'm glad you're all right. And he's gonna clutch him closer.
I'm glad you're not dead. And he just leans further. He just tucks his head into his chest and just is so defeated right now.
All right. With a 17 and 18, you guys notice. Well, Valen with his 18. Oh yeah, no, Renzel has an 18 too. Yeah, never mind. The both of you actually spot that person from the rooftops earlier. Soren, you actually see that same person on the rooftop as well, just trailing behind you.
Does that person look like an orc Tully?
No,
Or
they do not.
are they cloaked?
They are cloaked.
Okay. Cloaked meaning they have a cloak on, not like Star Trek. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
Got it.
And again, Soren, you actually notice with your much higher perception another one of those red Oni masked individuals tucking back in another alleyway. It seems as if
The
you
red
guys are
Oni.
being watched.
Red Oni mask. Where did we? That was one of the travelers, right?
Nope.
Who did?
Well, the
One of them
traveler
did
had
have
an
a
Oni-
traveler.
One of the
Yeah,
travelers.
one of the travelers had that was the information broker, wasn't it?
One of
It
the
was one of the
travelers.
travelers from the caravan.
One of the travelers did have an Oni mask, but all traveler masks are some iteration of purple, blue, green, or gray. They are never red.
Okay. So this isn't okay. So different person, but same-ish mask
Mhm.
or similar mask.
Let's move us somewhere more auspiciously out of the way. but I couldn't do it in one trip.
Still, you guys continue to make your way through the through the area, and eventually you find a tavern. It is a rundown building that is simply labeled the Drunken Miner. Do you wish to go in?
Oh, fuck that place. That's a trap. We just need a place out of the way where no one's going to bother us.
So you gotta dig through the shantytown?
The whole damn place is a shantytown.
Not exactly. This place, the interior of the interior of Fort Providence has halfway houses and whatnot. The exterior is nothing but shantytown.
Is there like a warehouse-looking thing in Fort Providence?
Roll an investigation.
Certainly. Investigation. Here we go. Yeah, that seems about right now. 4 though. So 8, 9, 10, 11, so 12.
Would anyone else like to roll investigation?
So that's a no.
Viewer, why the fizzity fuck not?
Okay,
Never mind.
That's why.
I had to think it. I had to think it.
Soren ain't good at investigating.
Alright. Well, as you guys kind of like check and look around, eventually, Percival, you actually managed to find a nearby warehouse area that looks as if there are a few people living here. You see more homeless individuals, people that have little golden collars around their necks that are constantly tugging on them and pulling them forward towards something else. A few minotaurs are kind of lifting up boxes and moving them, shipping, so to speak. And there are a few children here that have those same crystal-like growths on them that also look like they are in the process of working as well. But it does look like a place where you could maybe find a spot of respite in like a corner or something like that.
That's what I do.
Alright. You guys meander through these warehouses, passing by hundreds of people just going about their business, deadpan eyes. A few with these golden collars constantly tugging on them. You see one older individual kind of collapse down before that collar starts to choke him and lift him up, forcing him to stand again or die so he can continue to work. And then you find an abandoned warehouse. This one with its 2 large doors shoved all the way open. And, well, seemingly no one inside, but large piles of refuse all over the corners and tucked into the edges of the room, giving it this stench.
Wait. It'll do.
Alright. In you guys go. Poking about the place, I'll let that 19 carry over. You're able to find a few mattresses that are just kind of like laying about. They look ripped up as if they were carried into here from a tavern that didn't need them anymore, and then just flipped over and repurposed. Devoid of a few bits of stuffing here and there, but lumpy and not very comfy.
As we stumble into the warehouse, Agathar just softly tap Soren's shoulder. Let me down, please.
Hey, are you good? Are you good to walk?
I'll be fine.
All right, for sure. And he's gonna set him down softly.
Yeah, he with a bit of a limp, he stands up, but he'll be all right. And then is there like sort of a more personal, like, he's gonna try to find a more personal spot, and then he's going to desperately reach out to Soifang.
Sure thing. You're able to find a place to just kind of like settle down to a corner that doesn't smell as bad, but still smells like weak old garbage. And you may certainly attempt to reach out to Soifang. Roll for me a wisdom check.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
A 6 is not enough. The revelation Raimier laid at your feet is just kind of racking around your brain. You can't concentrate. Maybe subconsciously you don't even want to talk to her.
Yeah, he just curls up in a fucking corner.
All right.
Soren's gonna. Sorry.
No, yeah, he just has his head tucked deep between his legs, and he is beaten. His essential child was taken from him and is going to be used against him, and he's desperately trying to remember that poem, but he's wavering right now, and so he, especially with the news that he just got, that revelation that he had, he's just in a corner, curled up.
Soren's going to come over and sit down next to him, and basically just like put his hand on his shoulder, like around Agathar's shoulders, and go, "May I?"
Please.
And he's gonna pick him up and just clutch him close to him.
He just grabs Soren's cloak, and he just mutters, "Raimier didn't do it.
Didn't do what?
He didn't kill his son. That look he gave me, that was real." And he looks up at Soren. Tears filled his eyes, but he's not crying yet. "I think Soifang killed him. And I think Anka told her to do it."
Well, Aggie, I was out. I didn't hear any of that.
I mentioned to Garius, and I thought I got the reaction that I wanted, and then I saw the look he gave me and the way that he was speaking. He wasn't lying. I know I'm not exactly the best judge of character, but I know in my heart he was not lying to me. I think Anka had his son killed. By her.
This causes Soren to be silent for like a little bit, and he goes, "That certainly gives a new perspective, don't it?"
I'm trying to reach out, and I don't know if I can't, or just deep down I don't want to. I don't know who to believe.
I think you just need some time to get through all this. We need some
spell. It's my fault.
Aggie, look at me.
Slowly looks up at him.
Got to try and center yourself. Believe me, I'm having a hard time too, because I'm worried about Hidari and Migi, but We ain't going to do anything right if we're just imbalanced. Right?
He nods.
Gonna give a few minutes, and then I'll teach you again how to meditate. How I do it.
He's moved his breathing to a deeper, like inhale through the mouth, inhale through the nose and then out the mouth, and he just gives a nod. Thank you. I really hated seeing him, what he did to you.
Oh, I kinda asked for it.
Well, either way, he dies. Either way, he dies.
He dies. And Soren's gonna just like kiss him on the bridge of his nose.
He just, you see him relax a little bit more, but he's still very tense. And he just keeps leaning into Soren. And he says, "You know, I don't think our magic items are destroyed. I'm still attuned to my spell book, but it was caught up in that thing he did." Did I see that weird ring Percival had? Was that in the pile, or did he hold on to that one? Or no, he destroyed it, or he had it in his hand. Was it like the similar thing that he did with the gun? Or was that different?
Give him a sec, he's typing something.
Oh god, I hope his mic didn't go out.
His mic didn't come out. I was typing something to him
No,
in private.
jeez.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I was
his mic in fact did cut out.
I was muted.
Wah wah.
Oh,
So meanwhile, off
Ah.
in like another corner, Percival's muttering in
Before-
strange tongues in different people's voices at his at her bracelet.
Give me.
If someone wants to try and history check what the hell she's saying.
I will. I will come back to that in a minute.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just want to finish up this scene between Agathar and Soren. Agathar, you were asking a thing?
Yeah, I know Rainier sort of crushed the mind shield, that weird ring that Percival had.
Yep.
Was that a different occurrence to what he did to the pile of stuff?
He used a strange weapon in order to seemingly disintegrate the pile of stuff, yes. Meanwhile,
Okay.
he quite literally crushed Percival's ring into...
Okay, so
Sand.
that shit's gone. Okay. Yeah, Agathar's. I think...
Speaking of Percival, you did feel your attunement just break immediately to that thing.
Yeah, no, like Percival's very level-headed. If she didn't
Mhm.
feel her attunement disappear, she'd just glare at him. But yeah, no, her ring is gone, so she's quite upset.
Yeah. I still felt the attunement to my book. Whatever that gun is, I don't think it actually destroyed that stuff. I think it just moved it. Or it destroyed the non-magical items but moved the magical ones. I don't know. There's so much we have to do.
We'll have to have level heads. Alright? Here. And he
God,
actually and he pulls Agathar away from him and like sits him down in front and then crosses his legs and goes, Now watch me. And he holds his hands in the new pose that he has developed. And he goes, "Oh, right, I made this today." And it's basically now just like his pinky, ring, and middle fingers are interlocked, while his pointer fingers are touching and his thumbs are touching. And that's his new balance gesture.
Alright.
Agathar does his best to begin mimic the stance.
That is if Orktali have 5 fingers per hand, not 4. But he says, I kind of wanted to distance myself from what I learned under Misaki, but this did help me to find a new center of balance, so to speak. But we're going to need that if we're going to be doing anything, all right? And he's going to sit down and basically take Agathar through some breathing exercises.
Yeah, Agathar will do his best to follow Soren's lead.
All right. The two of you do breathing exercises and you meditate. As I pan the camera over to Percival and Rensois. Rensois, you may roll a history check as you see Percival just start muttering to her wristband in multiple different voices.
Is it one I would get advantage from Mel's training?
No, it's not.
It was worth an attempt.
12.
Plus what? 13.
I would say you can't add guidance to this roll because it's more of a reactive one than one you prep for. But 12 or 13, you are kind of trying to parse what she's doing, but it doesn't exactly really hit per se. She's obviously trying to do something to her bracelet with voice work, but you can't exactly determine what it is aside from maybe trying to unlock it? Question mark.
I mean, she'll kind of just sit and watch. She's not going to bother her and ask questions because clearly she's doing something and concentrating.
Mm-hmm.
So she will kind of just sit and watch.
So, Percival, with a 22 history check, you list off a few common phrases and then a few others. And then you begin examining this bracelet. And you realize that these bracelets in particular do not use passphrases. They use keys.
A key. So there's a separate enchantment.
Yes. You would also know that these particular bracelets are one-time use. So, once they're removed, they're no longer usable again.
She huffs, raises her claws, and prestidigitates the ground in front of her until it's just flat stone.
Easily done.
She's going to attempt something. She's unaware if her witchcraft is applied the same way as her normal magic, because it doesn't normally use spell slots.
What are you trying to do?
She places one of her digits between her beak, slices, and causes a bit of blood as she begins drawing a circle with an overt eye at its center.
Okay.
There's a lot of glyph and odd signage that goes around it in a spiral pattern. And she places both hands on either side of it and mutters something in... Hello?
I will give you an Arcana check.
That's not bad.
All right.
That's pretty good.
With a 29, as you draw this circle, what tier of magic would this spell be equivalent to?
I don't know. She's getting in contact with her master,
Then
which is kind of like a two-way mirror.
Okay, then that would be
Because her
that would be the rough equivalent of ascending spell. So tier 3.
kind of.
Okay. So you trace this sigil, you trace the eye, and you place your hand upon it, and you feel an attempt at this magic try and flow through it, but it's stopped. You feel the weave flow through your body, and then as it hits where your bracelet is, it just stops. And then the flow just kind of dissipates back into nothingness.
Yeah, she leans back, stuffs that digit in her mouth, between her in her beak, as she waves her hand, and the circle dissipates. Well, that didn't work. Ugh. Sometimes witchcraft is like a backdoor. Not in this case. Oh, where are you holding up? She says to Rensois.
I am trying to maintain my center.
Difficult, I imagine.
A little bit.
I know a little bit about our predicament. As she wiggles her wrist. There's something physical required to remove them. Which sucks. Not my favorite method. I had hoped old ways would work, but no.
Speaking of which,
Do you think Agatha could pick them?
They aren't well, I mean, I don't think he couldn't pick them if they were pickable, but they are effectively solid.
these are not pickable. As a very minor side, I forgot to show people on stream, but it's Rainier.
Yeah, there's that rat bastard.
Continue, please.
It's Slamey here.
Slamir. This scaredy-est cat.
Continue, please.
I'm gonna have to change his token to a sphinx when I'm done with him.
I had a few prospective ideas, even went so far as trying to see if my master had any insight, but she is unreachable. And we don't have any healing, as I look over to Valen, who's probably picking his nose. Or I would just lop the arm off and have it reattached.
Valen is, as you look at him, he's just huddled into a corner, just holding onto his legs, rocking back and forth very slowly, carefully, almost as if he's done this countless times before. He's rocking in place like his legs don't move.
This
Only
is
his
why,
upper body.
and this is why I suppose it would probably be best he didn't remember any of his past.
I mean, there is always the extremist option.
Should have remained buried. That's what he wanted.
Oh no, I meant the fact that we have clones.
Oh. Well, that'd be a hell of a trip.
It would, especially without the caravan.
Well, I mean, I don't know any circles here. If I did, it would be a matter of extorting your mother for a few bits of coin and gold and upscotching back. But unfortunately, I do not know of any sigils in this wretched, horrible place. She's kind of looking at her hand where that ring used to be, flexing the fingers. Feels wrong.
I'm sorry. I know it meant a good deal to you.
It's my mother's ring.
Rinswell just takes a deep inhale. through her nose of just like, so he has fucked up more than I knew.
I've sent Smudge to find the caravan. He can get in. Procure something for me, but it will be of no use until I can remove our bondage. If I had perhaps an idea of the signature, I could chance maybe devise a opposite to it, maybe make a faux key. But I wasn't having so much luck examining the ruins. All I know is it's old world hate.
I'm sure you will come up with something.
With time. With time. And rest.
I think rest is something all of us could use.
Can I do like one more Arcana check on it? See if now that I know its construction a little bit, maybe I can. It's etched, right? It has runes on it.
Yes.
I'm trying to see if like the etchings are obviously the spell, but there has to be some kind of like arcane keyhole for it to respond to be released, right?
There is not one that you can see.
It's on the inside, huh? I kind of jimmy it on my arm. Do I feel anything? Like there's writing on the inside of the cuff?
You are unable to move it. It's flush with your skin.
It's fused?
Pretty much. It's not like fused,
I mean,
fused, but it's like cinched tightly. You can't get your fingers underneath it.
Hail Mary. I'm going to prestidigitate some carbon paper. A little bit of it.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my claws to try and just slip it beneath the cuff. If it's not fused to me, I mean, you can't get much thinner than carbon paper.
Does Percival even know what carbon paper is?
It's paper with graphite inlaid in it. It's used for rubbing.
Sounds more like something that's more of a modern invention. Gosh, give me a minute to look it up.
Yeah,
Graphite
that's
paper.
oddly specific.
Carbon paper. Invention. 212 years ago, I will say that you cannot do carbon paper.
There's fucking boats floating in the sky and these guys have guns.
That's magic, not technology.
Oh, there's a little bit of
The guns are technology and they are 6-shooters.
Black powder.
No, it's magic.
Yeah.
And what
We have, I mean, I'm just gonna argue that we also know that, like, Zenith was a thing.
Zenith
And
was
shit creeped out of there.
Zenith was a isolationist country. The only thing that crept out of it was the things that mercenaries were
Smuggling.
allowed to take.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm trying here. Yeah.
I think we'll get our opportunity to take them off eventually.
I mean, I guess I could just try. I take my glasses off. I take one of the rims, not the rim of the glass, but the thing that goes over the ear. I'll take some thin paper and I'll try to slip it under and use the rail to try and print if there's any engravings onto it. So I have to see if it's raised.
I don't think that there's any way that you can, like, get paper beneath this. I'm sorry, man.
I thought you said it wasn't fused. Is it cutting off my circulation?
No. Like, there's just...
Is it stretchy? Is it
No.
like, is it soft? I'm soft.
You're soft, yes. But
I'm a
it's...
soft boy.
Look, imagine it like this, okay? You know how you have, like, diving suits, right? How they're, like, skin tight?
Yeah.
That's pretty much what this is. But there isn't
Yeah, but
a
it's
way to get
hard.
underneath it.
I get that, but a diving suit's soft. This is a hard piece of metal. Doesn't make sense.
There's no way to get underneath it. It's not even a hard piece of metal. Like I said, it's a bracelet.
So it's fused to my skin.
Sure, we will say it's fused to your skin.
Okay. So there's no way to get these off without doing the thing you want. Yeah, Percy's out of ideas, isn't...
Well, with that in mind, and that done, how long would the five of you like to rest here? Would you like to attempt a long rest, take a short rest, or what?
I need a long rest if I'm gonna do anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to a long rest since I don't have any hit dice. But I think after a little bit, I think probably after the breathing exercise with Soren, Agathar is gonna check in with everybody, and well, what did we learn anything?
A bit.
Certainly learned something.
Not very much. The bracelets that bind our magic are attuned to a key of some form. There's no phrases. There's no essence of what fucking is, because these things are magically shitty and won't allow me to get underneath them to try and see if there's anything engraved.
Well, let's hopefully this is the captain's key, and then I just kind of like reach under my armor and I pull out that wand.
Mm-hmm.
And
I would aim that did something other than us first.
Can I tell what it is? Is it like a weapon, or is it like kind of like a wireless key, like a key fob almost? Like you tap it and then it.
I'm going to give Rensois a history check.
So Soren hears Agathar say that, and he's like, "Wait, what? When did you get that?"
Oh, when I was
During
getting
the
my
beating.
Yeah, when I was. That's kind of. Well, I mean,
15 on both.
All right.
I was getting my shit beaten, so I took, advantage of the situation.
All right
He
then.
chuckles a little bit and goes, "You sneaky little shite."
He just shrugs with a
I am a
tiny
little-
smile.
I am a little bit annoyed that they silenced me. I had some very choice curse words.
He did me first. So I am proud that they silenced you as well. Good
All
call.
right.
Technically
And
silence.
well,
She will blush.
Rensois, as he pulls out this wand and you see this blue material etched into the top of it, you would realize that that particular material is a zimlite known as Infernium, which is typically used for more explosive means. It is a energy and destruction stone material,
I say,
but sadly not a key.
Francois will. It's like, well, it's not crowbar. If you get it, you get it. Yeah, Rensois will kind of look at it, blink, and she will get a grin that would make Percival proud. She's like, wow, it doesn't solve this problem, but we could certainly use that to cause some other ones.
What do you mean?
She'll point to the tip. The end of that wand is Infernium, Zimlight. Specifically, Zimlight used for a myriad of, well, fires and explosives.
Huh.
And she just kind of grins.
Well, then I will tuck this away. And he kind of like slips it under his sleeve.
I would be careful not to activate it while it's on your person.
Yeah, how do you activate it?
Speaking of, now to tell you how to activate it. This
I
particular
was gonna say.
wand. So imagine if you would, someone took like the tickler of a crossbow, and they attached a much smaller version of that to like the middle section of a wand. So you basically point the wand, and then you pull what amounts to a crossbow trigger, and then it does a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, she'll basically gesture at him to pull it back out.
Mm-hmm.
You would
And
also, you would also note that there are 7 gemstones of Infernium, kind of like slotted into the length of the wand.
So
it's at the tip and then along the shaft.
Yes.
Giggity.
With these lines kind of like tracing between the various gemstones to one another and then ending at the tip.
So is that 7 shots or
If you
I can do something up to level 7?
If either of you had levels in Zim Technician or a Zim Technician around, then you would be able to tell. As it stands, it's just a wand that does a thing when you pull that little tickler trigger.
Well, at least I know sort of what it does, so I'll keep that in mind.
Does the trigger have a safety?
No, it doesn't.
Alright, I'll tuck it somewhere where it won't. It probably won't.
It can go off in his pocket.
Yeah, go off of my pants.
Launch him into space.
And I look at Valen. Poor Valen.
No, I'm half tempted to give that thing to one of the residents here. See what they can do with it.
No, I think
No,
it's probably.
The looks that they've been giving us, they might just shoot it at us.
I think it's just better if I keep it.
He shrugs and goes, well, I never said it was a smart idea. It's not actually saying we do it. It's just something that's tempting.
We'll see.
No more tempting is shoving it up that guard captain's ass and pulling the trigger.
Or
There's
Ramir's.
several- Yeah, Agatha mutters something.
Arcel wanted me to marry him. Figures the only way he'd get somebody interested in him is through contract.
Anybody
I
know?
mean,
His sister did have quite the good comeback, though, about the whole he can't get any bitches, so he had to make one.
I don't want to point out the obvious here. She kind of like heads her way, like kind of like nods her head towards Agathar.
And Soren just gonna like look a little aghast and not like look like he's gonna have just like a blank look on his face. He goes, and he decided to make one of me. I don't know if I should be flattered.
I mean, you should be, but you are comfortable with. I am indifferent. One's shape is just the means to get to where you need to be.
Still not the way to go about it.
No.
I grew up male. I'd much rather be male.
Well, at least this gives you perspective.
He breathes like a heavy breath and goes, "Aye, it does."
I will say how you stored that ring was amazing.
Yeah, that was very certainly a thing. I wasn't expecting it.
That was
I
have no hat
proud
to
of
tip.
you.
but I tip my hat at you, sir.
I prestidigitate a hat and plop it on top of Rensoir's head. There,
It is
keep this.
Yeah.
It is a tiny little palm-sized hat.
It's a little top hat.
He will just take it, tip it. It's probably as long as the prestidigitation will even last. Poof.
It can last a little bit, but I poof it afterwards.
He smiles and bows and says, and then just like takes a deep breath and looks sad again and goes, "I wish I just did not misunderstand what it did. I thought it was actually going to call her here."
That would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I also thought it.
But we know new things now. He is
And-
terrified of his sister.
And it got you out of that contract, so not
I
like
did.
it didn't do anything.
He never
I mean,
signed
it also-
anything.
It also got your shit kicked in, but
Yeah,
He also
It's not
still took Miki and
some-
Hidari.
Not without the struggle.
those poor girls.
we'll get them back.
Aye.
And he just like kind of like puts his left arm over his right shoulder and says, "I'm just afraid my recklessness may have gotten them in trouble."
Nah, he's a pompous fuck. He'll keep those things around. You'll get them back.
I'm just afraid what he's gonna do to them.
And Soren points at Agathar and nods.
I don't mean to be a terrible person in this moment, but considering their history, I don't know what worse could be done to them at this point.
I guess.
Roll.
I don't mean to be callous.
I would like everyone to roll an intelligence check,
Okay.
except for Valen.
Flat.
Sorry.
Another 3.
Hey,
flat
Percy
intelligence?
doesn't care.
16?
Oh no!
16.
Hold on. I have to look in my bio because
It actually makes
he
sense.
took my he took my
think-
headband of intellect.
Oh,
No!
So I need to jump my intelligence back to
I-
13.
I honestly
Yeah.
forgot you had that.
What's this? You're not my intellectual.
He took my side. Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, he
You
also
don't
has the.
know
Fuck
what
you, 18
got
anyway.
till it's
Also has the
gone.
locator. It's also the fucking locator.
Yeah, he does. So with a
He took our nades.
He did take my nades! No!
With
We still have nades. I have them in my bag.
That's true.
with a
Yes, so.
16 and an 18. Well, actually, it makes sense that Rensoir gets this as well. Rensoir, Agathar, the two of you are aware that he can make them remember the pain that they went through to become what they are.
Actually, it is worse.
Well, debatable. It's not pleasant though.
It's not good.
Why,
We'll get
what?
them back.
Wait, what is it?
I don't know. They know. Not I.
I'm asking them.
Oh. Sorry.
I say
And-
Rensoir just kind of like looks to Agathar.
He can torture them.
He can make them relive the moments that made them into what they are now. Over and over again.
Until they break.
But that doesn't serve any purpose.
That doesn't. He doesn't care about serving a purpose. The only purpose that it serves, it just.
But he's an
Amuses It
He's an
amuses
asshole
me.
who wants to be powerful. Those are powerful swords. Breaking the spirits inside isn't going to help you utilize them. He'd be an
Breaking-
idiot to do that.
I will
Sometimes it's
give
not about utilizing.
I will give Rensois with her 18 that breaking the spirit makes them subservient to whomever can attune to the weapons.
Well, I don't know this. I rolled an 8.
I know. I'm just telling Rensois this. I'm
Yeah, no.
basically
Rensois shakes her head at Percival. No, but unfortunately, it's breaking the spirit doesn't. It doesn't make the weapon stop working. It makes the weapon work for whoever.
I need to read that playwright again. I think they fudged some things.
If he breaks their will, they will bind to him to stop the pain.
Well,
They won't.
currently he's focused on us. I
And
have a
hopefully-
feeling he's going to worry about us first.
That's the plan.
Right now, we need to get these things off of us, and we need to find the caravan. There is a possible short avenue. I will say nothing else, as I am no longer certain I go without being listened to. Not without Mother's ring. What do
Speaking of, would each of you be so kind as to tell me what your passive perceptions are?
15.
17.
15, 12, 17. Francois?
I have to remember.
It's
Does it
10
have it
plus
written as 8?
perception.
Yeah, I'm looking to see. Okay, yeah,
And
I had to make
Paragon-
sure. I'm like,
Paragon
perception's
gets their
wisdom. It's
proficiency.
18.
Okay, and how about you, Valen? What's your passive perception?
I think it's also 18.
Yeah, mine's is 18, but he's currently in pain. Ghost phantom pains, as you could say.
Yes.
So he is indisposed.
He is. I mean, you're no longer experiencing the phantom pain anymore. You're no longer trapped in those memories. You are recovering, if that makes sense.
Recovering, but still indisposed, because something like that does not go away easy. Phantom pains are a bitch.
Okay. So, with that, Rensois and, well, Valen is at a -5 because of disadvantage, so he doesn't see it. Rensois, you and Soren notice that hooded figure that was kind of like following along on the roofs, just currently leaned up against the door, the big opening leading into your little warehouse. They're just leaning there. They haven't said anything. They haven't done anything. They're just leaning back, observing.
I don't know this.
Soren's going to just like take a breath and go, "Can I help you?"
Oh. Oh.
You all kind of like turn and look at this robed figure, kind of like.
I draw my wand.
I go and slowly push it down. It's like you couldn't cast with it anyway.
And you see the figure kind of like shuffle a little bit nervously as the wand is pointed towards them, but then they relax whenever it's lowered again. And they call out. So, you are looking a little bit roughed up, eh? A bit more so since the last time I saw you.
Depends on where we last saw you.
I don't really remember them having a bird in the crew.
Oh, okay.
I certainly remember the rest of you from your trip to the Isles, shall we say.
Trip to the
Oh,
island.
You were there?
was this when you were on vacation and I decided to stay home and do research?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
You mean Xanadu? North of Xanadu?
They nod.
You were on the luxury cruise then.
The banana boat?
They shrug.
Baldur's Gate?
Baldur's Gate?
Sorry.
They shrug. I might have been.
And you are here now because...
Because I'm observing, seeing what you will do next.
Who are you observing for?
People that would be of use to you in this moment.
Well,
Is it people that you could introduce us to?
Perhaps?
Perhaps.
oh, you owe her a soda. This the rule. I think out of everyone here, I think Renswa and Percy are the ones who are the best of health. So I get to my feet, dust myself off. I'll bite. Considering our situation, I'll be more accepting of company I am unaware of. I am part of the group. I was absent during their escapades in Xanadu. And yes, we would like to have some kind of contact with someone who you happen to work for, who can be of some kind of help. And what kind of cost is that going to be?
Well, I suppose the cost would be a bit of gainful employment for myself, and perhaps a boon, a favor owed, shall we say.
Boons are fine. I suppose in this situation there is little recourse. Is there any indication of what this boon will be? Or are we to arrive and kind of hope for our best?
I think that this boon is better discussed once I have performed a task for you. But worry not. I think I know exactly what you will be looking for.
Do you? I would love to hear it. I am actually elated to hear some good news.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to say. You seem to be, shall we say, a bit lacking in the department of what you once had, yes?
She wiggles her wrist. How good of you to notice.
Oh, I'm not referring to that in the slightest. I'm referring to, how shall we say, your lighter pockets.
You know where my caravan is? Where their things are?
Some things, yes. The caravan, I could find out.
That would be paramount. Though most of what we find will be useless with these meddlesome clasps. They do not remove like the old ones do, so...
No, they do not. But then again, I suppose the guard captain might have something to help with that.
Fantastic. Know anything about him? Inner workings, loves, hates, where he is at night, where he sleeps?
The person shrugs. Cannot say. I do know where he is right now.
Eating fucking crustaceans like a weirdo in the middle of the desert?
Bingo.
He might just die of that, I think, if you eat too much shellfish.
Maybe we can
You-
help him with that.
Hey, I like that idea. Maybe there's a spell to make him allergic.
Perhaps. Who knows? But if I have your word that if I perform a small task for you, that you will grant me a boon, then I suppose I could give you a few results. Unless you're wishing to go a bit gung-ho yourself with that simmer you have there.
No.
Thinking about it.
Well, it'd be a poor decision on our part to go with only one real form of attack, that being Rancois' fists.
Soren wants to insight.
Sure. What are you trying to insight him about?
Basically, to make sure he's going to keep up his end of the deal. If we agree.
You can't ask for a boon until he's done.
If you'd like to, you may insight him. I will give you information, depending on how high you roll.
Could be better.
With a 13, it's hard to read this man because, well, they're robed. They're cowled. Can't really make them out too much. But at the same time, like, you get the sense that they seem honest enough. They aren't asking for the boon before they do a trade for you. They are simply saying that, hey, once I do a task for you, you will give me this boon. Pretty much. If he was trying to cheat you, he would want the boon first.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Hey, I do have a few questions if you're familiar with this area. Small ones.
And
Is
what would
there a resistance?
You get the sense that this figure is grinning. Perhaps? As, they might say elsewhere. Who knows? I don't. Adios, muchachos. I shall see you in a little bit. Maybe even come by the guardhouse if you feel like reacquiring some things. And with that, they kind of, tug their cowl downwards and just seem to cloak and disappear. A basic invisibility spell.
Okay.
Agathar sort of sheaths the wand and then makes his way towards Valen.
Valen, buddy. You're...
Sorry, just coughing up a lung here.
You're fine. Valen, you are currently curled up in the fetal position. And you're still in your house. Your legs and arms are healed. And your ribs are too, but they still hurt.
Walk it off, you Mary Sue.
And then you hear the door open, and you see your mother walk in. Agathar, what do you say to Valen?
Is with his mannerisms, with kind of maybe rubbing his legs, can I tell what is going on in his head almost? Like, is he rubbing his legs because they look in pain, or can I try to guess his...
Roll me an insight.
Okay. 11 plus 4 is 15.
Okay. With the 15, you're able to tell that he's feeling phantom pains. With the way he's rocking back and forth, with the way he's kind of like caressing around his knees and ankles. is you feel, or you can kind of like, you feel as if he's still not there all the way, but when he looks up at you, you see this. Well, what expression does Valen give his mother as she's coming to comfort him?
Just a blank stare of I'm in pain, but insert father's mantra here.
Mm-hmm.
Does he show any love towards his mother?
He doesn't show anything at the moment. He's too focused on the pain.
Okay. You get that sense from him, Agathar. He's not seeing you, he's seeing someone else. And you get the feeling that he's trying to be tough.
Mm-hmm. Agathar sort of kneels down near him. You're so incredibly strong, more than you realize. And these things, I'm sorry. I want to help, but and he goes to sort of maybe touch Valen, but he stops, and then he just looks at his hand, and then he remembers he doesn't have the gloves, so he can't touch anybody. And so he just takes some of his cloak and maybe rips some off to wrap around his hand, and to kind of just maybe where he's rubbing, softly like put his hand on the spot, maybe to try to mimic like an ice pack or something.
Okay.
And she says, "Is this where it hurts?"
You see
Valen,
him flinch and try to back away a little.
Well, Valen, very minor aside. You see your mother pull out an ice pack and just try and rest it on your leg. I don't know if you still pull away, but the ice would be soothing.
He would.
He would still pull away?
And he had just continue mumbling that phrase.
Which is?
After DMs, try to find it. Through strife and struggle, attain power and level.
Power. Can you send that to me?
He says, through strife and struggle, attain power and level.
Is that something that Mel would say?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is very close to what she always tells you and all her other students.
Mm-hmm. Agatha thinks and sort of keeps his hand near, but he doesn't try to reapply it. He says, "You're not wrong, but you don't have to bear it alone. You have me, you have your family, and it is important to go through the strife, but it's also important to not forget who you are. You have
Valen.
us.
Oh,
Give
sorry.
us your pain."
Valen, you
Music
do
bot
not-
is roboting on.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, am I? Oh, the
The-
music bots.
The bot is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Let me
He's
just
doing the glitchy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let me just
You know what?
DC that. Oh god.
Yeah, and that was just getting to me like,
No, you're fine.
ah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you noticed it.
I was not expecting you to say that part, Shad. That makes me think of something.
So,
Mm-hmm.
so as you talk to Valen. Valen, you do not hear what Agathar says. What you hear instead is, "You're gonna be okay, son. You're gonna get stronger, and one day it'll stop hurting. One day it will stop hurting, and then you won't have to worry about it anymore." And you watch as she places her hands down at the hem of her shirt, and she pulls it up and shows you just below her breast line where you see multiple puncture wounds that have healed over and scarred from presumably where she had her ribs snapped outwards into compound fractures before they were snapped back into place. And then you notice the various puncture scars along her arms, along her legs, as she lowers her shirt again. And she caresses your face with her hand. And you can see that her fingers are a bit longer than they should naturally be. As if her bones were dislocated joint by joint and then re-popped right back into place. It hurts for now, but I love you, and Dad loves you in his own way. Just remember that. Agathar, you may continue talking.
And as he goes on to that final part, and just, I know you're a pain in the butt sometimes, but I love you, Valen. You're my brother. And brothers stick together. And you're gonna get through this. We're all in a tough spot, but we'll get through this stronger than ever. We need to learn. Maybe Mel wasn't always right. And he'll go for the leg again, softly but slowly.
You're doing what again?
He's gonna try to gently press his hand that's wrapped in a cloth on Valen's leg to see if he pulls away again.
Do you pull away again, Valen?
He would flinch, but he wouldn't pull away.
Yeah, his touch is very gentle. And he's making sure that it's wrapped enough where it feels the cold, but not the suck, if that makes sense.
You can feel that, or you watch as your mother places this ice pack on your knee and helps you deal with the pain a little bit. It helps, but it still hurts. What does Valen do? What does he say?
He just slowly starts to doze off from pain.
Okay.
You ever, whenever you're hurting and you get something nice and cold on you and you just start dozing off? Yeah, Valen's doing that. Agathar.
Hi.
If Shad will allow, while you're just icing Valen's legs, would you roll a medicine check?
Ooh, absolutely.
Soren by this time would probably have started coming over to check to see like how Valen's doing.
I will give you advantage advantage. I was
yeah.
gonna give you advantage,
Okay.
Agathar.
I'm very familiar with bones. Another 5.
Damn.
Oh, well, I mean, reroll your bless.
Okay. That's a 3 that time. So
Hey, look at that, it's
7,
10.
8, 9, 10 even.
A 10's a pretty
Hey.
good check.
As you're feeling his legs, applying pressure gently, you could tell that his bones seem to be slightly warped. You could tell that they've been. I'm not sure if Shadow lent to you, but you could tell that they've been broken who knows how many times, to the state that they didn't heal properly at times.
That state of like looking at Valen with comfort and then feeling this, and then Agathar slowly looks at the leg and then now looks confused. Did Mel ever employ, at least with Agathar, that like sort of like quote unquote training, where it's like, I don't know if she would break his arm and then show him how to, you know, help it heal properly or something. I don't know if she would do anything in that regard, because right now, as far as he knows, he's thinking that Valen is reliving Mel's
I
pain.
have a question for you. Did you ever express the desire specifically to work with bones in regards to the undead?
I think
Or did you simply express a desire to learn necromancy?
at the time, Agathar wasn't exactly himself, and I'm trying to remember when he snapped out of his funk. I think that just became his specialty. So I think eventually, she would see him working more towards bones than zombies, and I think that led to him saying that he just likes bones and prefers them over anything else. So maybe.
Okay. I will tell you to give me a high or a low.
I will go low this time.
You will go low. Okay.
Could have got low.
That's very
low.
high.
So whenever you started to express interest in bones in general, ivories and so on and so forth, as part of your training, she did indeed snap every bone in your body and then fix it.
Cool.
As a method so you would never forget just how many bones there are in your own body and how they can be easily broken, mended, and manipulated.
Okay. But they were fixed properly.
Yes. This
These
work,
are imperfect.
these Mel would never be the kind of person to not be able to fix a bone properly. That much you know. So, whoever broke these bones and tried to fix them, it was either Valen himself, or it just wasn't Mel.
What happened to you? As he just kind of feels that part of his leg. As he just mutters that out loud.
If you go to this other leg, it's the same thing. It's both of his legs.
If Valen won't protest, he's gonna feel any exposed areas. I think he's gonna maybe move to an arm to where his elbow is to see if, sort of like mimic massaging his aching muscles or something, but also kind of like seeing what else he can find without the moment that Valen will like flinch or move away again, that's when he'll like full on stop. But right now he wants to see what else is broken, because that seeing the imperfect heal really intrigues him and is making him very curious, because that's definitely not Mel's work.
All right.
So Soren by this time would have noticed Agathar doing this, and he's just kind of like nearby and watching, not interrupting, but just curious.
Okay. So
The cold will just have Valen flinch at this point. He's calmed down to that point, or just flinches, but it's about the same with his arms as well.
well then, Agatha, roll me an investigation check.
Is this normal or advantage?
I would say with advantage because of your knowledge of the situation, or because of your knowledge of bones in general.
17 and
21.
That was a weird roll. 21.
With a 21, you are able to ascertain that it's not just his legs, it is his arms, it is his ribs, his shoulders, even his hands. In fact, throughout your investigation, you see that there are more than a few different places where there's scarring from where you would realize bones were poking out of the skin. Compound fractures.
Agathar now looks disturbed.
And
Very deliberate.
all of it seems very deliberate. There is no way that he naturally broke seemingly every bone in his body.
Yeah.
The only place that isn't warped, that is properly healed, is his spine.
I think after this impromptu physical, Agathar will pull away from Valen, still kind of had this disturbed look on his face, and just starts to just take his he'll take his like robe, because it's like armor and a robe, and so he'll start taking his robe off, and it doesn't really cover much, but he'll like lay it as flat as he can as like an impromptu little blanket, and he'll kind of like cover Valen with it, and then with the back of his wrapped hand, he just kind of feels Valen's head slightly, and then just says, "We're gonna get you fixed up. Maybe the past should have stayed dead."
All right. And
he'll back away from Valen.
And with that, as you kind of like pull away from Valen, kind of like getting more of a sense of just what has happened to him, you recall that Valen has never been able to walk right. He's usually had that limp.
He never knows why.
And that's why he prefers the spear.
Yeah.
And with that, I am going to bring session to a close. As the 5 of you rest within your pile of refuse with a tenuous, possible comrade. But you're never sure. And with that, tonight's episode of the Reigns of Vitrium is brought to a close. I thank you guys for coming. I thank you guys for watching. Remember to like, subscribe, comment on the video. Really helps us out. Helps us grow the series a little bit more. And helps us discover new ways that we can, bring this amazing little thing that we have going on to people. So, did you guys have fun?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't do much with Rainier. Just getting someone to realize, oh shit, Valen's broken.
Yo.
Alright.
He was better off an amnesiac.
All right,
I
and
think you're right.
all right, and with that, Agathar, say goodbye to the people.
Trust nobody, not even the people you love.
Percival, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, people.
All right, Francois, say goodbye to the people.
Imagine needing weapons, Lamau.
Soren, say goodbye to the people.
Agathar doesn't trust me.
Wait.
And
That's not what I meant.
Vaylin, say goodbye to the people.
Goodbye, everyone.
Alrighty then. You guys have and from all of you, we're gonna go to the post stream, but stay cool, stay awesome, and we will see you guys next week for Le Reigns of Vitrium. We stream it live on Tuesdays at 5:30 CST, and it is released again on YouTube on Wednesdays at 5:30 CST as well. Till then, bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.